Some places cannot be found by searching for them. They appear only after a journey has quietly changed the traveler who returns. When Elias came home from one of the most peaceful journeys the hidden library had ever offered him, he believed he had simply returned to familiar shelves, familiar lanterns, and familiar silence. But without realizing it, he had also returned as someone slightly different. And in the hidden library, even the smallest change of heart can gently reveal a path that has been waiting for years. Tonight is not a story about finding a new place. It is a story about becoming the kind of person a hidden place has been waiting to welcome. Sleep with Stories, Presence Asterisk, the Mapmaker's Hall Asterisk. If these quiet journeys have become part of your evenings, your support is a simple way to help your own hidden library continue growing. Now, let the day slowly fade behind you and come with Elias as he takes one peaceful walk through the library he believes he already knows. The hidden library welcomed him with the same gentle warmth it always had. Golden lanterns drifted silently above endless shelves. The comforting scent of old books rested in the air, and the quiet rhythm of turning pages echoed somewhere deep within the endless halls. Elias smiled softly, content to wander without a destination, never imagining that this ordinary morning would begin with the most unexpected doorway he had ever failed to notice. The hidden library welcomed him with the same gentle warmth it always had. Golden lanterns drifted silently above endless shelves. The comforting scent of old books rested in the air, and the quiet rhythm of turning pages echoed somewhere deep within the endless halls. Elias smiled softly, content to wander without a destination, never imagining that this ordinary morning would begin with the most unexpected doorway he had ever failed to notice. He walked slowly, not because he was searching for anything, but because there was finally nothing left to search for. The library had taught him that lesson gently over many journeys. Some discoveries arrived only after curiosity had learned how to become contentment. He passed the familiar observatory balcony, where dawn often painted the distant windows with soft shades of amber. He crossed the little bridge, suspended between two towering collections of forgotten atlases, pausing only long enough to watch tiny motes of golden light drift lazily through the quiet air. Everything was exactly where he remembered it, exactly until it wasn't. Halfway down a corridor he knew so well that he could have walked it with his eyes closed. Elias slowed without understanding why. There was no sound, no movement, no flash of magic, only the quiet feeling that something had become complete. He turned. On the opposite wall stood an old wooden door. Simple, elegant, patient. Its deep walnut surface shimmered faintly beneath the lantern light, as though countless careful hands had polished it over many peaceful years. Fine brass lines curved gently across the wood, meeting at the center to form a delicate design that resembled flowing rivers, winding paths, and distant mountain trails, all joining together within a perfect circle. Elias remained perfectly still. "I don't remember you," he whispered. The library offered no reply. It never hurried to answer questions. Instead, it allowed silence to become part of them. He stepped closer. The corridor itself hadn't changed. The familiar shelves still stood exactly where they always had. The same reading alcove rested beneath the tall, arched window. The same little table held the same ceramic vase filled with tiny moon-white flowers. Everything belonged, including, somehow, the door. A quiet laugh escaped him. "Have I truly walked past you all this time?" His fingers hovered above the smooth brass handle, but stopped just short of touching it. Not from fear, from respect. Every meaningful place inside the hidden library had introduced itself in its own time. Nothing here had ever demanded to be discovered. It simply waited until someone was ready enough to notice. That thought brought him an unexpected smile. Perhaps the door had always been waiting, or perhaps it had simply been waiting for him. At that very moment, somewhere high above the endless shelves, a single page turned by itself. Not loudly, not mysteriously, just softly enough for the sound to drift through the sleeping library, like a leaf settling upon still water. Elias looked upward instinctively. When he looked back, the brass lines upon the door no longer appeared to be decorations. They had begun to glow with the warm, gentle light of old Starlight, almost as though they were quietly remembering every journey they had ever witnessed. And without a single word being spoken, the handle slowly lowered. By itself, the handle came to rest with such quiet grace that Elias almost wondered if it had moved at all. He waited, not because he expected another sign, but because the hidden library had taught him that silence often finished speaking long after sounds had disappeared. The gentle glow within the brass lines slowly faded until the door appeared ordinary once more. An ordinary door, yet nothing about it felt ordinary. Elias smiled to himself. "You've already answered one question," he said softly, "but I haven't asked it yet." The thought made him chuckle. The library had always enjoyed doing things in its own peculiar order. At last, He wrapped his fingers around the cool brass handle. It felt pleasantly warm, not with heat, with familiarity, like shaking hands with an old friend whose name had quietly slipped beyond memory. The door opened without the slightest sound. No creaking hinges, no rush of hidden wind, only a peaceful stillness that seemed to welcome him before he had taken his first step. Beyond the doorway stretched a long circular gallery, unlike any room Elias had ever seen inside the library. Sunlight did not pour through windows. There were no windows at all. Instead, the ceiling shimmered like the night sky just before dawn, where countless tiny stars glowed behind soft ribbons of deep blue light. The walls curved gently into the distance, lined not with books, but with maps, thousands upon thousands of them. Small maps, great maps, rolled maps tied with faded silk ribbons. Others rested beneath polished crystal. Some were painted upon delicate parchment, others upon smooth sheets of pale silver. No two appeared alike, yet together they created a harmony that felt strangely peaceful, like listening to many quiet conversations blending into a single lullaby. Elias stepped inside. The door closed behind him so gently that he barely noticed. He did not turn around, for reasons he could not explain. He already knew it would still be there whenever it wished to be. He wandered slowly between the displays. One map showed a coastline that sparkled beneath tiny moving stars. Another seemed to contain forests whose painted leaves gently swayed whenever no one looked directly at them. A third appeared unfinished, as though the ink itself were patiently waiting for someone to continue drawing. Beautiful, every one of them, but something curious soon became impossible to ignore. None of the maps carried names, not a single kingdom, not one mountain, no rivers, no cities, only graceful lines that curved, crossed, wandered apart, and quietly found one another again. They aren't places, Elias whispered. His voice disappeared into the peaceful hall. They are something else. He leaned closer to one resting beneath clear crystal. Its delicate lines reminded him of a winding woodland path. Then, without warning, a memory gently brushed against his thoughts. The old woman who had smiled beneath blossoming branches, the quiet garden, the comforting scent of fresh tea, the feeling that every season could belong within a single afternoon. Elias blinked softly. The memory passed like a drifting cloud. He looked back at the map. The winding line now seemed strangely familiar, not because he had studied it before, but because somewhere deep inside his heart, he had already walked it He slowly drew in a quiet breath. This isn't showing where someone has been. His eyes wandered across the endless gallery. It's remembering. And for the first time since entering the mysterious hall, Elias no longer felt as though he were looking at maps. He felt as though the maps were gently remembering travelers. Elias continued along the gently curving gallery, his footsteps scarcely louder than the quiet turning of distant pages. The maps surrounded him in every direction, each resting peacefully within its own place, as though none wished to be admired more than another. There was no grand display, no map placed upon a pedestal, no sign declaring one more important than the rest. The hall seemed to believe that every journey, no matter how small, deserved the same quiet respect. Elias found himself smiling. I think I like this room already. His voice faded gently into the calm air. No echo returned, only the comforting silence of a place that had grown accustomed to listening. He paused before another map. Its surface appeared almost empty. Only a single delicate line wandered across the parchment, pausing now and then beside tiny circles no larger than grains of sand. He tilted his head. It doesn't seem finished. As though hearing the thought, one of the tiny circles slowly brightened. Not brightly, just enough for Elias to notice. Then another and another, like distant lanterns, quietly appearing one by one, as evening settled across a peaceful village. His eyes widened with quiet wonder. The ink was moving, not quickly, not magically, patiently, almost thoughtfully. The delicate line extended by the smallest imaginable distance before becoming still once more. Elias remained perfectly motionless. He was not watching a map. He was watching a journey continue. A soft laugh escaped him before he could stop it. So, they are still being written. The realization settled over him like warm sunlight. No traveler ever truly reached the end of a meaningful path. Every ending simply became the beginning of another quiet line waiting to be drawn. He continued walking, seeing the hall differently now. These were not records of places, nor histories of kingdoms. They were living memories, gentle companions that grew alongside those who walked with open hearts. Some maps rested peacefully, their final lines complete. Others shimmered ever so slightly, adding a graceful curve now and then, as though someone, somewhere beyond the hall, had just made a kind decision, discovered a forgotten hope, or found the courage to keep walking. Elias felt an unexpected warmth settle within him. It was comforting to imagine that no journey was ever truly forgotten. every quiet choice, every peaceful morning, every act of kindness somehow found its way here. He wandered onward until he reached a circular table carved from pale silver wood. Unlike every other display, this one held only a single map. No crystal covered it. No ribbon secured it. It rested alone beneath the gentle light falling from the star-filled ceiling. Its parchment looked newer than all the others. Not untouched, simply younger. Elias stepped closer. At first, he noticed nothing unusual. A winding line, several quiet curves, a handful of tiny lantern-shaped symbols scattered along its path. Then his breathing slowed. One lantern looked remarkably familiar. He leaned closer. The tiny painted lantern carried the same graceful shape as the lantern hanging quietly from his own belt. Elias instinctively rested a hand upon it. His lantern remained still, warm, silent, waiting. He looked back toward the parchment. The painted lantern had moved only the width of a single heartbeat, but it had moved. Elias whispered, almost without thinking, "This one is still walking," and somewhere beyond the endless circle of maps, a calm, welcoming voice gently broke the silence for the very first time. You noticed sooner than most. Elias slowly turned. Someone else was already in the hall. The voice lingered in the peaceful air, like the final note of a familiar melody. You noticed sooner than most. There was no surprise in the words, no judgment, only the quiet warmth of someone greeting a guest who had finally arrived. Elias turned slowly. An elderly man stood beside one of the distant shelves of maps, his hands resting lightly upon the top of a wooden walking staff. His robes were the gentle color of weathered parchment, embroidered with delicate silver threads that wandered across the fabric like tiny rivers finding their way home. Draped over one shoulder hung a long scarf marked with faint constellations, their soft glow appearing only when the lantern light touched them. His hair, white as fresh snowfall, rested neatly against his shoulders, while kind amber eyes watched Elias with the calm patience of someone who had long ago stopped measuring time. He smiled, not because Elias had arrived, but because he had expected him. Elias returned the smile, almost instinctively. "I hope I'm not disturbing anything." The old man gave a quiet chuckle. "My dear traveler, the hall has been waiting in perfect peace for longer than either of us could count." He took a few unhurried steps closer. "If anything, it is relieved you finally stopped walking past the door." Elias lowered his eyes for a moment, smiling to himself. So it really was always there. The The old man tilted his head thoughtfully. That depends. On what? On who was doing the looking. The answer settled gently between them. Not confusing, simply true. Elias glanced once more toward the living map resting upon the circular table. It moved. It did. And that one. He rested a hand lightly upon the lantern hanging from his belt. Looks strangely familiar. It should. The old man's eyes softened. It has been keeping pace with you for quite some time. Elias looked back at the parchment. The tiny painted lantern remained perfectly still now, as though satisfied that it had finally been noticed. I don't understand. You are not expected to. The old man smiled kindly. Understanding has never been the first step. What is? The old man looked around the endless hall of peaceful maps. Wonder. Silence followed. Comfortable, unhurried. Then the old man extended his hand. My name is not important. Elias blinked. The old man laughed softly. Everyone who arrives insists upon asking, and everyone receives the same answer. So, what should I call you? The gentle smile returned. If it helps, most travelers simply call me the Mapmaker. The Mapmaker, Elias repeated softly. The title felt strangely familiar, as though he had once read it in a forgotten book many years ago. It suits this place. The old man smiled. I have always thought the hall suits the maps far better than it suits me. Elias looked around once more. Thousands of peaceful maps rested beneath the quiet glow of the star-filled ceiling. May I ask you something? You may ask as many questions as you wish. And if I ask the wrong one, there are no wrong questions here. The Mapmaker began walking slowly through the circular gallery, and Elias naturally fell into step beside him. What you will discover, the old man said gently, is that some questions simply take longer to answer. Their footsteps moved with an easy rhythm across the polished wooden floor. Neither hurried, neither needed to. After a few peaceful moments, they stopped before a large map, unlike any Elias had seen before. It was beautifully detailed. Soft valleys, gentle rivers, quiet forests, tiny villages connected by winding roads. It looked almost like the sort of map every traveler expected to find. Elias smiled. At last, it's a real map. The Mapmaker's eyes twinkled kindly. So you believe. He lifted one finger and lightly touched a quiet woodland painted near the center. Immediately, the trees faded. Not disappeared, changed. A gentle river slowly took their place. Moments later, the river became a narrow footpath. Then the footpath softened into a field of wildflowers, dancing beneath an invisible breeze. Elias watched without speaking. The changes were so slow, so peaceful, that they felt perfectly natural. It keeps changing. The Mapmaker nodded. As do we. He rested his hand lightly against the edge of the wooden frame. No journey remains exactly as it first appeared. Elias studied the shifting landscape. So none of these maps are finished. Oh, the old man smiled. Many are. He looked upward toward the endless shelves surrounding them. But completion does not mean stillness. The words settled quietly inside Elias. He found himself thinking of the hidden library, of the tea house, of every gentle conversation that still lived within him, long after the journeys themselves had ended. Those memories had not remained unchanged. They had become warmer, kinder, more meaningful with time. Perhaps journeys continued walking inside the heart long after the traveler had stopped moving. As though sensing the thought, the Mapmaker looked at him with quiet approval. You've begun reading the hall. I haven't read anything. You have. The old man smiled. With your heart. They continued walking until they reached a wide circular window, unlike anything else in the hall. Beyond it, there was no landscape, no sky, no stars, only countless glowing lines drifting peacefully through a deep midnight blue darkness. Some traveled alone, others slowly crossed paths before continuing onward. A few gently circled one another, almost like old friends meeting again after many years. Elias stood silently, captivated by the quiet beauty. What am I looking at? The Mapmaker answered almost in a whisper. Not where travelers have been. He paused, but where their stories continue to meet. Elias remained there for a long, peaceful moment, watching the countless glowing paths move with gentle purpose through the endless dark. For reasons he could not explain, the hidden library suddenly felt even larger than it had that morning, not because it contained more rooms, but because every peaceful journey within it seemed to belong to every other one. And somewhere among those endless lines, one gentle path had only just begun to shine a little brighter. The glowing paths drifted in peaceful silence, each one moving with such gentle patience that time itself seemed to slow within the hall. Elias could not look away. Some paths wandered alone for what appeared to be years before quietly meeting another. Others separated only to find one another again, much farther ahead. None seemed hurried. None appeared lost. The Mapmaker stood beside him without speaking. He knew the hall never revealed its lessons to those who were rushed toward them. After a long while, Elias finally smiled. I thought maps showed us where to go. They often do. The Mapmaker's eyes remained upon the countless glowing paths beyond the window. But the oldest maps, they remind us why we began walking. The words settled gently inside Elias. He found himself remembering the hidden library itself. When he had first arrived there, he believed every journey would lead him somewhere new. Now he understood that each journey had quietly brought him back to himself. He let out a thoughtful breath. So every map in this hall belongs to someone. The Mapmaker gave a small nod. To every traveler whose journey changed them. Elias looked back toward the endless gallery. There must be thousands. The old man smiled. A few more than that. And you remember them all. I don't have to. He rested one hand lightly upon the wooden window frame. The hall remembers for me. Silence returned once more. Comfortable, gentle. Then Elias noticed something curious. Among the countless glowing paths beyond the window, one line shone with a soft golden light, warmer than all the others. It did not move faster, nor brighter. It simply carried a quiet warmth that drew the eye without asking for attention. What makes that one different? The Mapmaker followed his gaze. Nothing. Elias looked surprised. It doesn't seem like nothing. The old man chuckled. It only seems different because you noticed it. Elias frowned ever so slightly. I don't understand. You will. The Mapmaker turned away from the great window. Come. There is someone I would like you to meet. Elias blinked. Someone else lives here. The old man smiled over his shoulder. No. He began walking slowly between the endless rows of peaceful maps. But someone visits from time to time. They followed a quiet passage that curved deeper into the hall. The air grew warmer. The scent of parchment slowly gave way to something sweeter. Fresh herbs, wildflowers, and somewhere nearby, the comforting aroma of warm bread slowly drifted through the peaceful silence. Elias stopped. A familiar smile spread across his face before he fully realized why. I know that scent. The Mapmaker looked back with gentle amusement. I hoped you might. Around the next gentle curve, a small wooden table rested beneath a hanging lantern. A teapot waited quietly beside two simple cups. Steam rose in slow, graceful curls, and standing beside the table, with the same warm smile Elias remembered so well, was the gentle old woman from the tea house between seasons. She looked up as though she had been expecting him all morning. Welcome back, Elias. It has been just long enough for another cup of tea. Elias stood motionless for a heartbeat. Then another. The gentle old woman smiled exactly as she had beneath the flowering trees of the tea house between seasons, not because she had surprised him, but because she seemed quietly pleased that he had found his way here. "You remember me," she said. "I do." Elias's voice carried the warmth reserved for an old friend. "I wasn't certain we would ever meet again." She laughed softly as she began pouring tea into 2 waiting cups. "Neither was I." She glanced toward the Mapmaker, but he seemed rather confident. The old man smiled with quiet amusement. "I've learned not to argue with patient maps." Elias chuckled. "I still don't understand what that means." "You don't need to." The old woman offered him a warm porcelain cup. "For now, simply enjoy the tea." He accepted it with both hands. The comforting fragrance rose gently into the air. Fresh mint, wild honey, a faint hint of lavender. Different from the tea he remembered, yet somehow it carried the same peaceful feeling. He took a slow sip. Warmth spread quietly through him, not only across his hands, but somewhere deeper, where memories often settled long after words had faded. "It tastes familiar." It should. The old woman sat opposite him. Peace rarely tastes exactly the same twice. She looked into her own cup, but it always feels like coming home. The 3 of them remained together in comfortable silence. No one hurried to fill it. Beyond the little table, thousands of living maps continued their gentle work. Tiny lines stretched. Lantern symbols drifted almost imperceptibly. Soft golden lights brightened and dimmed like distant stars breathing across the night sky. Elias watched them for a while before speaking again. "Were you always part of the library?" The old woman exchanged a quiet glance with the Mapmaker. "We have both walked here for a very long time." She smiled, but not always at the same time. The answer felt less like a mystery and more like a memory waiting patiently to be understood. Elias nodded. He had stopped expecting every answer to arrive immediately. The hidden library had taught him that understanding often arrived long after the conversation itself had ended. The Mapmaker rested his hands upon his walking staff. "Tell me, Elias, when you first arrived at the tea house, what did you think you were searching for?" Elias lowered his eyes to the gentle ripples resting upon the surface of his tea. He smiled to himself. "I thought I was searching for the right season." "And what did you find?" "I found." He paused, not because he lacked the words, but because he wanted the right ones. "I found that peace doesn't wait for the perfect season. It quietly grows wherever we learn to welcome it." Neither the Mapmaker nor the old woman answered. They simply smiled, not with pride, but with recognition, as though the hall itself had been waiting to hear those words spoken aloud. Then, without warning, a nearby map unfolded by itself. Its parchment opened slowly upon a small wooden stand beside the table. No wind touched it. No magic flashed. Only one new line appeared, drawn in fresh golden ink. The three of them watched in peaceful silence. The line curved gently across the parchment, then came to rest. The Mapmaker looked toward Elias. "It seems," he said with a quiet smile, "your map has just remembered something new." Elias looked down at the newly drawn golden line. It was small, almost unnoticeable, yet it seemed to complete something the map had been quietly waiting to say. "My map," he whispered. "It changes when I do." The Mapmaker nodded. "It remembers what the heart is ready to keep." Elias traced the new line with his eyes, but did not reach out to touch it. He had begun to understand that not every beautiful thing needed to be held. Some were simply meant to be witnessed. The old woman gently refilled his cup. "Have you noticed something curious?" Elias looked up. "What is it?" "You've asked fewer questions today." He smiled. "I have. And does that trouble you?" He shook his head. "No. It feels..." He searched for the right word. "Peaceful." The old woman smiled warmly. "When we stop chasing answers, we finally begin hearing them." Silence settled around the little table once more. It was no longer the silence of strangers. It was the silence of companions who needed no conversation to enjoy one another's company. After a while, the Mapmaker slowly stood. "There is one more place." Elias looked at him with quiet curiosity. "Another room." The old man smiled. "No, a window." They walked together through the gently curving hall until the endless shelves gradually became fewer. The lanterns hung farther apart. The soft glow of the star-filled ceiling slowly opened into a wide circular chamber, unlike any Elias had yet seen. At its center stood a single stone pedestal. Resting upon it was an empty frame. No painting, no parchment, no map. Only a beautifully carved wooden frame, standing quietly beneath a beam of warm golden light. Elias walked around it once, then twice. He laughed softly. "I think this is the first empty thing I've found in the hidden library." The Mapmaker's eyes sparkled. "Is it?" Elias looked again. The frame remained empty. "I don't see anything." "That is because," the old man replied gently, "it has nothing to remember." Elias frowned slightly. "I don't understand." "You will." The Mapmaker invited him a little closer. "Stand here." Elias stepped before the empty frame. For several peaceful moments, nothing happened. Then, the polished wooden surface shimmered like the still waters of a quiet lake. A faint image slowly appeared. Not a place, not a person. It was Elias himself, not as he stood today, but as he had first arrived at the hidden library long ago. His shoulders carried uncertainty. His eyes searched every shelf, as though expecting the library to hand him every answer at once. The younger Elias looked almost restless. The image faded. Another quietly appeared. Elias sitting beneath blossoming trees at the tea house, smiling, listening, no longer searching, only present. That image, too, gently disappeared. Then the frame became empty once more. Elias remained very still. I never realized. His voice was almost a whisper. How much had changed. The Mapmaker stood beside him. Most travelers don't. Why show me this? Because journeys are difficult to measure while we are walking them. The old man rested one hand upon the wooden frame, but every now and then it is kind to let the traveler meet the person they used to be. Elias smiled quietly, not with pride, with gratitude. Outside the chamber, somewhere beyond the peaceful hall, another living map added the smallest golden curve to its endless path. No one hurried to see it. The hall had all the time in the world. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The empty frame stood quietly beneath its beam of golden light, as though it had already shared everything it wished to say. Elias drew a slow, thoughtful breath. I've spent so much time looking ahead. He smiled gently. I never thought to look back. The Mapmaker nodded. Most travelers don't. We imagine growth as something we will one day reach. He rested his hand lightly against the wooden frame. But often, we've already arrived somewhere beautiful before we notice we've been walking. The words lingered softly within Elias. They reminded him of mornings inside the hidden library. There had been a time when every unopened door felt urgent. Every unknown corridor demanded to be explored. Every mystery seemed to promise an answer waiting just beyond the next corner. Now, the corridors themselves felt enough. The quiet had become part of the journey. He had not lost his curiosity. It had simply learned how to walk beside contentment. The old woman joined them, carrying the teapot with the same calm grace as before. I believe, she said with a smile, that calls for one last cup. The Mapmaker laughed softly. I was hoping you would say that. The three of them returned to the little wooden table. No one hurried to sit. No one hurried to pour. Even the steam rising from the cups seemed content to take its time. Elias wrapped both hands around the warm porcelain. This hall feels different from every place I've visited. The old woman looked thoughtfully toward the endless shelves of living maps. It serves a different purpose. The tea house offers rest. She glanced toward the Mapmaker. The hall offers perspective. The Mapmaker completed her thought. And the hidden library, he smiled, offers both. Whenever the traveler is ready, Elias lowered his eyes into his tea. For the first time, he realized that every place he had visited inside the library had not been separate at all. Each had quietly prepared him for the next, not by giving answers, but by gently changing the one asking the questions. He looked up. So, the library has been guiding me all along. Neither elder answered. They simply exchanged knowing smiles. Sometimes, silence was the kindest confirmation. A peaceful hush settled over the hall once more. Far above them, thousands of maps rested beneath the gentle glow of drifting stars. Some still changed, others remained quietly complete. Yet together, they formed something far greater than a collection of journeys. They formed a living memory of kindness, of patience, of quiet courage, of ordinary moments that had slowly become unforgettable. Elias found himself wondering how many travelers had sat at this very table. How many had held the same warm cup? How many had believed they had come here to discover a hidden room, only to discover a quieter version of themselves instead? The thought filled him with gentle gratitude. Just then, a tiny bell chimed somewhere deep within the hall. Once, clear, soft, beautiful, Elias looked toward the sound. Does someone else arrive? The Mapmaker's smile widened ever so slightly. Not today. Then what was it? The old man looked toward the endless gallery, where thousands of living maps rested in peaceful silence. It means, he paused, as though listening to something only the hall could hear. Another journey has just found its way home. No map glowed brighter than the others. No celebration followed. Only the quiet certainty that somewhere, someone had taken one more gentle step toward becoming who they were always meant to be. Elias smiled into the silence, and somehow the hall smiled with him. The gentle chime slowly faded into silence, yet the feeling it left behind remained, like the last ripple upon a perfectly still lake. Elias looked once more across the endless hall. The living maps rested peacefully beneath their quiet stars. Nothing appeared different, and yet everything somehow felt more alive than before. The Mapmaker turned toward him. Our time together grows short. Elias smiled. I thought perhaps time moved differently here. It does. The old man chuckled. But even peaceful conversations know when they have reached a comfortable ending. The old woman poured the final drops of tea into Elias's cup. No journey should ever end too suddenly. She placed the teapot gently upon the table, nor should it linger after its heart has already spoken. Elias lifted the cup. He drank slowly, not because he wished to make the tea last forever, but because he had learned that beautiful moments never became more meaningful by trying to hold them. They became meaningful by being fully lived. When the cup was empty, he placed it carefully back upon its saucer. "Thank you." The words were simple, yet they carried every feeling he could not easily place into language. The old woman inclined her head. The pleasure was shared. The Mapmaker rested both hands upon his walking staff. "Before you leave, there is one gift the hall offers every traveler." Elias looked at him with quiet curiosity. "A gift. It cannot be carried." The old man smiled. "It cannot be borrowed. It cannot even be given." He slowly raised one hand toward the endless shelves surrounding them. "It can only be noticed." Elias followed his gaze. Thousands upon thousands of living maps rested peacefully together. Not one competed with another. Not one hurried ahead. Every journey occupied exactly the place prepared for it. No more, no less. A quiet understanding settled over him. He had spent much of his life wondering whether he was moving quickly enough, learning enough, discovering enough. But here, among the living maps, no journey was measured against another. Each simply unfolded in its own quiet season. The realization felt lighter than certainty. It felt like permission. Permission to walk gently. Permission to grow slowly. Permission to trust that meaningful paths never needed to race toward their destination. The Mapmaker smiled, seeing the understanding arrive without another word being spoken. "The hall has given you its gift." Elias breathed softly. "I think," he smiled, "it has." The old woman walked with him toward the familiar wooden door. It already stood open. Beyond it waited the quiet corridor of the hidden library. Warm lanterns drifting peacefully above familiar shelves, exactly as they had that morning. Elias paused at the threshold. He turned back one last time. The Mapmaker stood exactly where he had first appeared. The old woman raised her teacup with a gentle smile. Neither offered a farewell. Places like this never truly said goodbye. Elias returned the smile. Then he stepped through the doorway. The door closed behind him with barely a whisper. He looked back. The familiar reading alcove remained beneath the arched window. Moon-white flowers rested quietly inside their ceramic vase. Golden lanterns floated through the peaceful corridor, but the wooden door had disappeared, not hidden, not locked, simply absent, as though the library already knew he no longer needed to search for it. Elias smiled to himself and continued walking. His footsteps echoed softly through the endless halls. For the first time since entering the hidden library, he wasn't wondering which room he hoped to discover next. He was quietly grateful for every room that had already discovered him. The hidden library welcomed Elias as though he had never left. Golden lanterns drifted lazily above the endless shelves. Somewhere in the distance, a page turned with its familiar, comforting whisper. The corridor felt unchanged, yet Elias knew that he had not returned as the same traveler who had entered it. He walked without hurry. The hall of living maps remained quietly within his thoughts, not demanding to be remembered, but gently accompanying him like the lingering warmth of a shared cup of tea. As he wandered, his eyes fell upon a shelf he had passed countless times before. Nothing about it seemed unusual. Old leather-bound volumes rested neatly beside slender journals wrapped in faded cloth. A small brass globe stood between two stacks of books, catching the soft lantern light. Elias smiled. So many ordinary corners. He whispered, that probably aren't ordinary at all, almost as though the library appreciated the thought. One slim book eased itself forward from the shelf. Only an inch, no farther. Elias approached. Unlike most books in the library, this one carried no title upon its spine. Its cover was woven from pale linen instead of leather, embroidered with a single winding golden thread that curved from one corner to the other. He lifted it carefully. It was surprisingly light. When he opened the first page, he found no words, only a single sentence written in graceful ink. Asterisk, asterisk. Every map begins with someone willing to take one gentle step. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias. Read the sentence twice. Then he smiled. It sounds like something the Mapmaker would say. As if in answer, the page slowly turned by itself. The next page was almost empty. Near its center rested a tiny illustration of a winding footpath disappearing over a quiet hill. Nothing else. No explanation. No destination. No names. He traced the little drawing with his eyes. It doesn't tell me where the path leads. A familiar thought rose within him before anyone else could answer. Perhaps that was never the point. He closed the book gently. The moment it returned to the shelf, it slipped back into its original place, as though it had never moved. Elias continued onward with an easy smile. A little farther ahead, the library opened into a quiet circular room he had somehow never entered before. Tall windows stretched almost from floor to ceiling. Warm afternoon light filtered through them, painting soft golden patterns across polished wooden floors. There were no shelves in the center, only comfortable chairs, small tables, fresh flowers, and dozens of empty journals resting neatly upon a long oak table. No two journals were alike. Some wore deep blue covers, others soft green. Some were wrapped in linen, others in smooth leather. Each waited patiently. Elias stepped closer. He reached toward one of the journals, but paused just before touching it. A small handwritten card rested beside them. It contained only a few quiet words. Asterisk, asterisk. Not every beautiful journey needs another destination. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Some simply wish to be remembered. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias. Read the words slowly. Then, almost without realizing it, he pulled out a chair and sat down. For the first time since arriving at the hidden library, he felt no desire to continue walking. He was perfectly content, simply sitting in the quiet and listening to the peaceful sound of the library, remembering with him. For several peaceful minutes, Elias simply remained where he was. The journal before him stayed closed. The other empty journals rested quietly along the long oak table, each waiting with remarkable patience. No invitation urged him to begin. No unseen voice encouraged him to write. The room seemed to understand that memories arrived best when they were never hurried. Sunlight drifted lazily across the polished floor as clouds passed somewhere beyond the tall windows. Tiny specks of golden dust floated through the warm air, rising and falling almost like slow snowfall. Elias smiled. It was one of those rare places where silence never felt empty. Instead, it felt wonderfully full. Across the room stood an old grandfather clock. Its gentle pendulum moved with an unhurried rhythm. Tick, pause, talk, pause. The sound blended so naturally with the library that it seemed less like a clock and more like the quiet heartbeat of the room itself. Elias looked once more at the empty journals. So, he whispered with a faint smile, "Who writes in these?" No answer came. Instead, a soft breeze wandered through one of the open windows. Several pages fluttered together. Only one journal opened. Not the nearest one, not the oldest one, simply one that seemed ready. Curiosity returned, gentle and unhurried. Elias stood and walked toward it. The journal rested open upon 2 pages. The left page was blank, completely untouched. the right page contained only a short paragraph written in elegant handwriting. It read, asterisk, some travelers remember their journeys by counting the miles they walked. Asterisk, asterisk, others remember them by the people they quietly became. Asterisk, asterisk, the library keeps only the second kind. Asterisk, Elias, read the words twice. Then, almost without thinking, he placed his fingertips lightly against the edge of the page. The ink did not glow. The paper did not move. Nothing magical happened. And somehow, that made the moment feel even more magical, because the truth needed no enchantment. He closed the journal with quiet care. I think, he murmured, I understand why this room exists. As though the library had been waiting for those words, a tiny sparrow landed upon the windowsill. Its feathers shimmered softly in shades of warm brown and pale gold. It chirped only once, then tilted its head toward Elias. He smiled back. You've been here before, haven't you? The little bird gave another cheerful chirp. Whether it answered him or merely greeted the morning, Elias could not tell. The uncertainty made him smile even more. The sparrow lifted effortlessly into the air. Instead of flying away, it crossed the room in a graceful arc before settling upon the back of a nearby chair. There it remained, quiet, watching, not guiding, not demanding to be followed, simply sharing the peaceful space with him. Elias slowly rose from his chair. Perhaps the hidden library had another gentle companion he had only just begun to notice. And perhaps not every guide wore robes, carried lanterns, or served warm cups of tea. The little sparrow remained upon the chair for several quiet moments. Its tiny chest rose and fell with calm, steady breaths. It seemed perfectly content, simply sharing the room. Elias found himself slowing his own breathing without even realizing it. There was something wonderfully reassuring about creatures that never hurried. The sparrow hopped once onto the table. Then once more, it paused beside one of the unopened journals. Its head tilted gently toward the cover before looking back at Elias. You think I should look? The bird answered only with a soft chirp. Elias laughed quietly. I suppose that's as clear an answer as I'll receive. He walked over and carefully opened the journal. The pages were beautifully blank. Not a single word. Only at the very bottom of the first page rested a tiny illustration no larger than a thumbnail. It showed a single lantern glowing beside a narrow woodland path. Nothing more. He turned the page, blank. Another page, blank. Then another, still blank. Elias looked thoughtfully at the empty journal. "It isn't unfinished," he whispered. "It's waiting." The realization settled over him with gentle certainty. Not every book inside the hidden library existed to be read. Some existed to remind the traveler that tomorrow still held unwritten moments. He carefully closed the journal again. As he did, the sparrow fluttered lightly to the windowsill. Beyond the tall windows, the library's quiet gardens stretched peacefully beneath the warm afternoon sky. Gentle trees swayed almost lazily. Moon-white blossoms drifted upon the breeze. A narrow stone path curved between flowering hedges before disappearing beneath an ivy-covered archway. Elias had never noticed that garden before. Then again, there had once been a time he would have walked straight past this room without ever slowing enough to see it. He smiled to himself. The library had not grown larger. His attention had. The sparrow took flight once more. This time it slipped gracefully through the open window into the peaceful garden beyond. Elias watched until it disappeared among the blossoms. He did not follow. The thought briefly crossed his mind, then quietly drifted away. Some beautiful things did not need to be chased. Simply knowing they existed was enough. He rested one hand upon the windowsill. Warm sunlight settled across his fingers, the same gentle warmth he had felt while sharing tea with old friends, the same warmth he had discovered while standing among living maps. Different places, one feeling, almost as though the hidden library had been teaching a single lesson in many different languages. A soft knock echoed somewhere beyond the circular room. Not loud, not urgent, simply polite. Elias turned toward the doorway. No one stood there. Only a small wooden cart waited quietly in the corridor. Upon it rested a freshly baked loaf of bread wrapped in linen, a small jar of golden honey, a sprig of lavender, and beneath them, a neatly folded note. Elias unfolded it with quiet curiosity. Only one sentence had been written. Asterisk, asterisk, for those who remember to pause. The library always prepares enough. Asterisk, asterisk, he smiled, not because he wondered who had written it, but because, for the first time, he realized it no longer mattered. Elias held the folded note for a quiet moment before placing it gently back upon the wooden cart. The loaf of bread was still warm. Its comforting aroma mingled softly with the sweetness of honey and the delicate fragrance of lavender. He smiled. The hidden library had a remarkable way of caring for its guests without ever asking whether they needed caring for. Sometimes kindness arrived before the need itself was spoken. He lifted the basket carefully and carried it to one of the small tables beside the window. There he sliced a small piece of bread and spread the thinnest layer of honey across its warm crust. Simple, unhurried, perfect. As he enjoyed the quiet meal, his eyes wandered toward the empty journals resting nearby. Only now did he notice that every chair around the room faced a different direction. One overlooked the gardens, another faced the windows, a third looked toward the doorway. Several faced nothing at all except the peaceful center of the room. At first, the arrangement seemed random. Then, it quietly began to make sense. Each chair offered a different way of remembering. Some invited reflection upon where one had been. Others encouraged gratitude for what surrounded them now. And a few asked nothing at all except that the traveler simply be present. Elias found himself changing chairs after finishing the last piece of bread, not because one was better than another, simply because each offered a slightly different silence. He settled into the chair facing the center of the room. There was nothing remarkable to look at. No grand window, no ancient painting, no hidden doorway, only quiet space. For a while, he wondered why anyone would choose this seat. Then he closed his eyes. The library slowly revealed itself through sound instead of sight. A distant page turning, the soft creak of old wood settling, the faint flutter of wings somewhere outside, lanterns gently swaying overhead, the slow rhythm of the grandfather clock. Even his own breathing seemed to join the peaceful chorus. When he finally opened his eyes again, the room somehow felt larger, not because anything had changed, because he had noticed more. A gentle voice returned to his thoughts, not spoken aloud, only remembered. Asterisk, the hall has given you its gift. Asterisk, he smiled. Perhaps the gift had never been perspective alone. Perhaps it had also been attention, the quiet ability to notice what had always been present. His gaze drifted once more across the journals. For the first time, he realized none of them carried names, not on their covers, not on their spines. Every journal weighted equally, without title, without importance, without comparison, just as every living map had rested peacefully beside the others. The same lesson, shared through different rooms, different objects, different moments. The hidden library never asked who had lived the greatest story. It only asked whether the story had been lived with an open heart. Elias stood slowly. He returned the empty plate, folded the linen neatly, and placed the small honey jar exactly where he had found it. No one had instructed him to do so. It simply felt right. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back one final time. The little sparrow had returned. It perched quietly upon the same chair where it had first greeted him. Its bright eyes met his for only a heartbeat. Then it tucked its head beneath one wing, perfectly content to rest. Elias laughed softly. "Until next time, my little friend." The sparrow gave the faintest flutter of its feathers. Nothing more, nothing needed. With a peaceful heart, Elias stepped back into the endless corridors of the hidden library, carrying nothing in his hands, yet somehow feeling as though he had been entrusted with something quietly priceless. The corridor welcomed Elias with its familiar warmth. Golden lanterns floated peacefully overhead, their gentle light gliding across endless shelves that seemed to breathe with quiet patience. He walked without searching, without expecting, without wondering which door might appear next. For the first time, the journey itself felt wonderfully complete. As he wandered, he noticed a small reading table nestled beneath a tall, arched window. It was one he had passed many times before. Yet today, something upon it caught his eye. A single feather, small, warm brown, with delicate streaks of pale gold, the very same colors as the little sparrow. Elias picked it up carefully. It weighed almost nothing. Still, holding it somehow made the peaceful room feel just a little more personal. He smiled to himself. Thank you. Whether he spoke to the little bird, the library, or simply the quiet afternoon, he could not have said. Perhaps all three. He slipped the feather between the pages of his own travel journal, not as a trophy, not as proof, only as a gentle reminder that even the smallest encounters could remain with us long after they had ended. Outside the tall window, the gardens shimmered softly beneath the afternoon light. The blossoms swayed. A breeze wandered lazily through the flowering branches. For just a heartbeat, he thought he saw the tiny sparrow lift gracefully into the sky before disappearing among the trees. He did not wave. He did not call after it. Some friendships, he realized, asked for nothing except quiet gratitude. Closing his journal, Elias rose from the table. The library seemed unusually peaceful today, not because fewer stories surrounded him, but because he had stopped trying to find them all. He trusted they would arrive exactly when they wished to be found. His footsteps carried him gently onward between the endless shelves. Somewhere ahead, another room quietly waited. Another conversation, another gentle lesson, not because the library believed he was unfinished, but because kindness, wonder, and peaceful understanding were gifts that could always deepen. No matter how far a traveler had already come, Elias smiled as the lanterns reflected softly within his warm brown eyes. Then he disappeared once more into the endless embrace of the hidden library, not searching for the next adventure, simply walking with an open heart. And somehow, that had become the greatest adventure of all. Elias wandered onward through the hidden library with the same quiet contentment that had accompanied him since leaving the journal room. He no longer searched every shelf with eager eyes. Instead, he allowed the library to introduce itself at its own gentle pace. A little farther along the corridor, the warm golden lanterns gradually became fewer, not darker, simply farther apart. Their soft light now rested upon wide stone arches covered with delicate climbing ivy, whose tiny silver-green leaves shimmered faintly beneath the lantern glow. The shelves also began to change. Instead of standing tall and endless, they became lower, broader, and arranged in graceful circles, almost like peaceful islands scattered across a calm sea. At the center of each circle rested a single, enormous book, larger than any Elias had ever seen. Each volume was nearly the size of a small table. Their covers were fashioned from beautifully aged leather, embossed with rivers, mountains, forests, stars, coastlines, and winding roads that seemed almost alive beneath the fingertips. Elias slowed. "So these are," he whispered, "atlases." No voice answered, yet somehow the room itself seemed quietly pleased that he had understood. He approached the nearest atlas. Unlike ordinary books, no title decorated its cover, only a graceful silver compass surrounded by tiny flowering vines. He gently placed one hand upon the leather. The cover opened almost silently. Its pages were unlike parchment. They felt softer, warmer, almost as though they had been woven from memory itself. Across the first page stretched a magnificent painted landscape, rolling emerald hills, crystal rivers winding between flowering meadows, ancient forests resting beneath distant blue mountains, tiny villages tucked beside quiet lakes. Everything appeared astonishingly detailed, yet nothing moved. It looked like an ordinary illustration, beautiful, but still. Elias leaned closer. A tiny handwritten sentence rested quietly in the lower corner. Asterisk, asterisk, every place first becomes real inside someone's heart. Asterisk, asterisk, he smiled. The library certainly enjoys speaking in gentle riddles. The page remained peaceful. Then, quite naturally, a breeze drifted through the circular chamber. No window stood nearby, yet the painted grass upon the page swayed ever so slightly. A river shimmered, Leaves danced softly upon distant trees. Elias blinked. The landscape had begun to breathe. Not dramatically, not magically, simply as though the painting had always been alive, patiently waiting for someone quiet enough to notice. He watched tiny birds circle above the painted hills. Far below, smoke curled lazily from the chimney of a small cottage. A narrow footpath wound peacefully through blooming wildflowers before disappearing beyond the next gentle rise. Nothing hurried, nothing demanded attention. The entire world upon the page existed with the same calm rhythm as the hidden library itself. Elias rested both hands lightly upon the edge of the great atlas. "I wonder," he murmured, "how many worlds have been waiting all this time?" As if answering the thought, several more giant atlases quietly opened around the circular room. One revealed snow-covered mountains sparkling beneath the northern lights. Another displayed endless golden deserts where gentle winds traced delicate patterns across untouched dunes. A third held quiet islands surrounded by impossibly clear turquoise waters. Each world breathed softly. Each remained perfectly peaceful. None called louder than another. None asked to be chosen. They simply waited, patiently, like old friends who understood that meaningful meetings never needed to be rushed. For several quiet minutes, Elias did nothing at all. He simply stood among the living atlases, listening to the silent music of worlds that had learned the beautiful art of waiting. Elias slowly walked between the great atlases. None of them appeared arranged in any particular order. Snow rested peacefully beside deserts. Coastlines overlooked forests. Mountains quietly shared the same circular chamber as gentle valleys filled with wildflowers. It was as though the library had never believed that beauty needed organizing, only noticing. He stopped before the atlas of the quiet islands. The painted sea stretched endlessly toward the horizon, its surface so calm that the sky seemed content to rest upon it. Tiny sailboats drifted lazily between emerald islands crowned with ancient trees. One small lighthouse stood upon a distant cliff. Its warm lantern shone, though daylight still embraced the sea. Elias smiled. A lighthouse in the daytime. He tilted his head thoughtfully. "I wonder who it is guiding." No answer came. Instead, one tiny boat altered its course. Not quickly, almost imperceptibly. Its white sail caught a gentle breeze as it turned toward the quiet light of the lighthouse. Elias watched the movement with patient fascination. The boat was not lost. It had simply chosen a kinder direction. He found himself smiling at the thought. Nearby, another atlas slowly turned a page by itself. The sound was soft, barely louder than a leaf settling upon the ground. Curiosity gently invited Elias closer. This atlas held no villages, no roads, no rivers, only an immense forest stretching farther than the eye could follow. Every tree was different: tall silver birches, ancient oaks, golden maples, soft flowering cherry trees whose blossoms drifted peacefully through the painted air. As Elias observed them, a family of deer quietly crossed a woodland clearing. They paused beside a narrow stream. One small fawn looked toward the edge of the page for only a heartbeat before peacefully following its family into the deeper forest. Elias laughed softly. It almost noticed me. The words had barely left his lips when a familiar voice answered behind him. Perhaps it did. Elias turned. The Mapmaker stood nearby, his gentle smile unchanged. There was no surprise in seeing him. Somehow, it felt perfectly natural. I thought I had left the hall. You did, and yet you're here. The old man nodded. So am I. Elias looked around the peaceful chamber. Is this part of the hall? The Mapmaker considered the question for a moment, then smiled. Not exactly. It is simply another room, one that enjoys maps in a slightly different language. Elias looked back toward the living atlases. So these aren't journeys. No. The old man walked beside one enormous volume whose painted mountains rested beneath drifting clouds. These worlds exist, whether anyone visits them or not. He gently touched the page. A flock of birds rose gracefully into the painted sky before settling once more among distant cliffs. The hall remembers travelers. He looked toward the endless atlases surrounding them. But this place remembers possibilities. Elias quietly repeated the words. Possibilities. The thought settled warmly within him. Not every beautiful place needed to become his destination. Some existed simply to remind the heart how wonderfully large creation could be. He slowly turned another page. This one revealed a peaceful valley filled with countless paper lanterns floating gently through the evening air. Tiny wooden bridges crossed narrow streams. Children laughed silently as they released more lanterns into the twilight. An elderly musician sat beneath a flowering tree, playing an instrument whose melody Elias could almost imagine hearing. The scene asked for nothing, promised nothing. It simply welcomed whoever wished to rest there for a while. Without realizing it, Elias pulled a nearby chair closer to the atlas. He sat down, rested his folded hands upon the edge of the great book, and quietly allowed himself to spend a little while visiting a place he might never physically walk, yet somehow already felt grateful to have known. The painted valley rested peacefully before him. Tiny lanterns drifted upward through the gentle evening sky, each one moving with such quiet grace that time itself seemed happy to slow down. Elias remained perfectly still. The chair beneath him creaked softly as he settled a little more comfortably. He had stopped thinking of the atlas as a book. It felt more like a window, not one that invited him to step through, but one that gently reminded him how many peaceful places could exist beyond his own experience. The Mapmaker stood beside him with the same patient calm that seemed to belong wherever he happened to appear. "Tell me, Elias." The old man's voice was little more than a warm whisper. "What do you notice first?" Elias did not answer immediately. He allowed his eyes to wander slowly across the valley once more. The bridges, the trees, the lanterns, the quiet stream, the smiling faces gathered together beneath the evening sky. Finally, he spoke. "No one seems to be in a hurry." The Mapmaker smiled. "A good beginning." Elias continued watching. The lanterns aren't racing upward. The water isn't rushing. Even the people seem content, simply being together. The old man nodded gently. "And how does that make you feel?" Elias breathed slowly. "It makes me slow down." Neither of them spoke for a while. The answer required nothing more. After several peaceful moments, the atlas quietly turned another page. This landscape was different. A broad meadow stretched beneath a sky filled with soft white clouds. Hundreds of windmills stood scattered across gentle hills. Not large mills built for industry. Small wooden windmills, beautifully crafted, each turned at its own gentle rhythm. Some completed a full rotation in only a few moments. Others barely moved at all. One stood perfectly still, yet none appeared broken. None appeared forgotten. Elias watched them with quiet fascination. They all move differently. "They do." The Mapmaker folded his hands upon his walking staff. "Would you say one is more successful than another?" Elias smiled. "No, they are simply where the wind has found them." A warm expression crossed the old man's face. "The library rather likes that answer." The breeze across the painted meadow strengthened ever so slightly. Several windmills began turning a little faster. Others hardly changed. The still one remained peacefully at rest. Nothing about the scene suggested failure, only difference. Elias found the sight unexpectedly comforting. How often, he wondered, had he compared one journey with another, one season with the next, one quiet day with those that came before it. Yet the meadow compared nothing. It simply welcomed every wind exactly as it arrived. The Mapmaker gently closed the atlas, not because there was nothing more to see, but because the lesson had already found its home. Some worlds teach us by their stories. He rested one hand upon the great leather cover. Others teach us by their rhythm. Elias looked around the chamber. Every atlas remained open. Every world continued breathing softly, each carrying its own peaceful pace, its own quiet music, its own gentle season. He realized then the library had never shown him these worlds so he might choose one. It had shown them to him so he would never believe that there was only one beautiful way to live. The thought settled within him like warm sunlight across an old wooden floor, comforting, gentle, and wonderfully unhurried. Somewhere nearby, another atlas slowly turned a page on its own. Elias smiled. There was no need to hurry toward it. If it wished to be discovered, it would wait, and somehow he knew it always would. For a little while, Elias simply wandered among the great atlases once more. He no longer expected each page to teach him something. It was enough simply to admire them. One atlas held gentle rain drifting across rolling fields. Another showed a quiet mountain village where evening lights slowly appeared in the windows of stone cottages as daylight faded. A third revealed a vast meadow filled with thousands of tiny white flowers moving together beneath a peaceful breeze. Each world possessed its own quiet heartbeat. None seemed more important than another. As Elias continued walking, he noticed one atlas unlike all the rest. Its leather cover was almost white, not from age, but from the soft color of polished birch bark woven carefully around its edges. Instead of rivers or mountains embossed upon its cover, there was only a single tree. Its branches spread wide beneath countless tiny stars. The tree seemed strangely familiar, not because Elias had seen it before, but because it carried the same comforting feeling as returning home after a long journey. The Mapmaker noticed where Elias had stopped. Ah, he smiled warmly. That one has always been very patient. Elias rested his fingertips gently upon the cover. It feels different. It is. In what way? The old man looked thoughtfully toward the quiet tree embossed upon the leather. Most atlases show places. This one remembers seasons. Elias tilted his head. Seasons. The Mapmaker nodded. Not spring, not summer, not autumn, not winter. He smiled. The seasons of a heart. The words settled gently into the peaceful chamber. Elias slowly opened the atlas. The first page revealed an orchard beneath the soft light of early morning. Young fruit trees stretched across gentle hills. Some carried blossoms, others tiny green fruit. Several stood completely bare, yet none appeared neglected. The entire orchard radiated quiet care. A narrow path wound peacefully between the trees until it disappeared beyond a distant rise. Elias noticed something curious. No labels marked the trees. No dates, no names. Nothing explained why each tree stood in a different season. They're all changing differently. They are. The mapmaker's voice was calm. And would you hurry any one of them? Elias smiled before answering. No. If blossoms were forced to become fruit overnight, they would no longer be blossoms. The old man's eyes brightened, and fruit gathered too early. It never discovers its sweetness. A gentle silence followed. Somewhere within the painted orchard, a single white blossom loosened itself from a branch. It drifted lazily through the morning air, not falling, simply floating, until it came to rest upon the winding path. Nothing remarkable happened after that. The blossom remained exactly where it had landed. Yet Elias could not look away. Such a tiny moment, so easily missed, and yet it somehow carried the same quiet beauty as entire mountains and endless seas. He realized the hidden library had slowly changed the way he noticed the world. There had once been a time he searched only for extraordinary moments. Now, even a single blossom finding its resting place felt quietly unforgettable. The mapmaker closed the atlas with gentle care. Many travelers, he said softly, believe wisdom arrives all at once. He rested one hand upon the pale cover, but more often it arrives the way blossoms fall. One gentle moment, at exactly the right time. Elias breathed deeply. The peaceful words lingered inside him long after the chamber itself had become silent once more. Some lessons could only be understood by those willing to let them bloom slowly. The white atlas rested quietly upon its circular stand. Its pale cover reflected the warm lantern light with the softness of moonlight upon still water. Elias remained beside it for a little while longer, not because he hoped another page would turn, but because he had learned that peaceful places never asked to be left too quickly. The mapmaker stood beside him in companionable silence. At last, Elias spoke. When I first entered the hidden library, he smiled thoughtfully. I believed every room existed to answer a question. And now, the old man asked gently. Elias looked around the chamber of living atlases. World after peaceful world breathed quietly beneath their open pages. Some held gentle rain, others quiet oceans, mountain valleys, flowering orchards, snow-covered forests, each one perfectly complete, without asking anything of its visitor. "I think," he answered softly, "some rooms simply exist to remind us that beauty is larger than our questions." The mapmaker's smile deepened. "The atlases were hoping you might notice that." A comfortable silence followed. Far above, the lanterns drifted in slow circles beneath the high vaulted ceiling. Their golden reflections danced across the polished stone floor like tiny stars floating upon calm water. Elias took one final walk through the chamber. He passed the meadow of windmills, the valley of lanterns, the quiet islands, the endless forest, the orchard of patient seasons. He did not stop at any of them, not because they had become less beautiful, but because they no longer needed to prove their beauty. He carried each one with him already. Near the exit stood a small wooden pedestal. Unlike the grand atlases, it held only a simple folded sheet of cream-colored paper. No decoration, no seal, only a single sentence written in graceful handwriting. Asterisk, asterisk, the greatest maps are not the ones that show us where to go. Asterisk, 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 they help us recognize where we already are. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias, read the words slowly, then folded the paper exactly as he had found it. Some messages, he thought, belonged to every traveler. As he stepped toward the doorway, the mapmaker remained where he was. "You won't be coming?" Elias asked. The old man smiled kindly. "I already am." Elias laughed quietly. "I think I'm beginning to understand the way you answer questions." "I should hope not." The mapmaker's eyes sparkled with gentle amusement. "If you understood them completely, there would be far fewer reasons for us to meet again." Both of them shared a quiet laugh. It faded naturally into the peaceful chamber. No farewell felt necessary. The hidden library had never measured friendships by how often they met, only by how gently they remained with us afterward. Elias stepped into the familiar corridor. Behind him, the great chamber of atlases continued breathing with its own unhurried rhythm. The doorway remained open for a few peaceful moments. Then, without sound, it slowly became another ordinary bookshelf. No locks, no magic, simply another quiet reminder that the library revealed its wonders only when wonder itself had learned to walk gently. Elias continued along the endless corridor. His footsteps echoed softly between the ancient shelves. Ahead, another quiet corner of the hidden library waited patiently. not because it wished to impress him, but because every peaceful journey still held one more page ready to be turned. The corridor beyond the chamber of living atlases felt wonderfully familiar. Golden lanterns drifted overhead with their usual quiet grace. Somewhere beyond the endless shelves, a page turned softly, followed by the gentle creak of old timber settling into place. The hidden library carried on with its peaceful rhythm. Elias smiled. It no longer felt like a place he was visiting. It felt like somewhere he belonged. He walked slowly beneath a series of tall stone arches until he noticed something unusual resting against one of the shelves. A walking stick. It leaned carefully beside the books, as though someone had stepped away only a moment ago. The polished wood caught the lantern light, revealing countless tiny carvings spiraling from its base to its curved handle. Mountains, rivers, stars, trees, small cottages, tiny sailing boats. Every carving seemed lovingly crafted, yet none repeated another. Elias knelt beside it. It must belong to someone. He did not touch it. Instead, he simply admired the patient craftsmanship. As he stood again, he noticed another walking stick resting farther along the corridor. Then another, and another. Some were carved from pale ash wood, others from dark walnut. One carried tiny silver leaves winding around its length. Another was smooth and almost completely undecorated. Each possessed its own quiet character, yet everyone stood alone beside the shelves, never abandoned, only waiting. Elias continued onward. Before long, the corridor widened into a peaceful gallery, unlike any he had entered before. Hundreds of walking sticks rested neatly upon graceful wooden stands stretching the length of the hall. Some were tall, some short, some elegantly simple, others covered with generations of careful carving. Warm lantern light flowed gently across polished oak floors, while flowering vines climbed the stone columns that supported the vaulted ceiling above. The room held no books at all, only walking sticks. Elias looked around with quiet amazement. I didn't know the library collected these too. A familiar voice answered from somewhere behind him. It doesn't. Elias turned with a smile. The Mapmaker approached at his usual unhurried pace. It remembers them. Elias laughed softly. I suppose I should have expected that answer. The old man chuckled. You probably should. Together, they walked slowly through the peaceful gallery. No labels rested beneath the walking sticks. No names, no dates. Only quiet rows of beautifully crafted companions, waiting beneath the warm glow of floating lanterns. Elias paused beside one whose handle had been shaped into a gently unfolding fern. It feels, he searched for the right words, as though every one of these has walked a very long road. The Mapmaker nodded. They have, and they're travelers. The old man smiled. They continued walking. Elias looked thoughtfully at the countless walking sticks surrounding them. So why are these here? The Mapmaker rested one hand lightly upon a nearby staff carved with tiny stars. Because every traveler eventually reaches a day when the journey itself no longer needs to be carried. His words settled quietly into the peaceful gallery. Elias found himself looking differently at the walking sticks. They were not reminders of distance, nor symbols of age. They were gentle companions that had quietly supported countless ordinary steps. And perhaps it was the ordinary steps that mattered most. Far above, a lantern drifted silently across the vaulted ceiling. Its warm light passed over the gallery like the final golden glow of evening. The walking sticks remained perfectly still, yet somehow the entire room felt filled with journeys, continuing long after the travelers themselves had wandered onward. Elias walked slowly beside the long rows of walking sticks. The gallery seemed almost endless. Every few steps, another beautifully crafted companion waited upon its stand. Some were polished smooth by years of gentle hands. Others still carried the rich texture of the wood from which they had been carved. None appeared old. None appeared new. Time seemed to rest differently here. He paused before a particularly simple staff made from pale maple. Unlike many others, it carried almost no decoration. Only one small carving rested just below its handle, a tiny crescent moon. Nothing else. Elias smiled. It hardly looks finished. The Mapmaker stood beside him. Perhaps, or perhaps, he looked thoughtfully at the little crescent. Its traveler believed one memory was enough. Elias considered the idea. He realized how naturally people often tried to collect more. More places, more stories, more achievements. Yet this quiet walking stick carried only a single symbol. And somehow it felt complete. They continued onward, farther into the gallery. Elias noticed something curious. Not every walking stick had been carved by expert hands. One carried slightly uneven stars. Another showed a mountain whose outline wandered gently from side to side. Several tiny flowers had clearly been shaped by someone still learning. The imperfections made Elias smile. They're beautiful. The Mapmaker looked at them with quiet affection. They are, even the imperfect carvings. The old man laughed softly. Especially those. He rested his fingertips lightly upon one of the uneven flowers. Perfection remembers skill. He looked toward Elias, but kindness remembers effort. The words lingered warmly between them. Elias found himself looking again at the little carvings. The stars, the rivers, the cottages, the leaves, they no longer seemed like decorations. They felt like grateful pauses, tiny moments someone had loved enough to remember. As they reached the center of the gallery, a wide circular table stood beneath a single floating lantern. Unlike the other displays, this table held no walking sticks, only a small wooden box. Its lid already rested open. Inside lay dozens of tiny carving tools, each one carefully arranged upon soft linen. Some had narrow blades, others tiny rounded tips. A few were polished so brightly they reflected the lantern above. Elias looked at the collection. These belong to the travelers. The Mapmaker nodded. They did, and now they belong to whoever needs them next. Elias looked back into the wooden box. So the library keeps nothing for itself. The old man smiled. It keeps everything. He gently closed the lid, but only until someone else can be helped by it. The quiet answer settled into Elias's heart. The hidden library had never been a place that collected treasures. It collected generosity. Every room he had visited carried the same gentle rhythm. The tea house had shared peace. The hall of living maps had shared perspective. The journal room had shared remembrance. The living atlases had shared possibility. And now, this quiet gallery shared something equally precious: the simple joy of leaving a kindness behind for someone whose path had not yet reached this place. Elias rested his hand lightly upon the smooth edge of the wooden box. Without taking a single tool, he felt as though he had already received its greatest gift. The little wooden box rested quietly beneath the floating lantern. Elias stood beside it for several peaceful moments. He had no desire to lift its lid again. Some gifts, he thought, became more meaningful after they had already been understood. Together, he and the Mapmaker continued deeper into the gallery. The rows of walking sticks slowly grew farther apart. Instead of long displays, small alcoves now opened along the curved stone walls. Each alcove held only a single walking stick. Nothing more. No decorations. No labels. Just one companion resting peacefully beneath its own warm lantern. Elias stopped before the nearest one. It was fashioned from old olive wood, whose natural grain flowed like gentle rivers from base to handle. Unlike the others, it carried no carvings whatsoever. The wood itself was enough. it feels. Elias searched for the right words. Quiet. The mapmaker smiled. Some travelers leave stories behind. He looked gently toward the simple staff. Others leave peace. Neither was greater. Both were remembered. Elias nodded thoughtfully. The hidden library had never celebrated those who spoke the loudest. It seemed to cherish those who helped the world become just a little gentler. As they continued walking, a soft breeze wandered through the gallery. It carried the faint fragrance of cedar wood, wild lavender, and fresh rain upon stone. None of the walking sticks moved, yet the room somehow felt alive, almost as though every ordinary journey still whispered its gratitude into the quiet air. Far ahead, sunlight spilled through a tall circular window. Elias had not noticed it before. Set within the glass was a beautiful mosaic, not of kings, not of castles, not of great adventures, only countless pairs of footprints, large and small, deep and shallow. Some walked side by side. Others continued alone for a while before quietly meeting another path. All of them slowly curved toward the same distant horizon, where the rising sun bathed everything in warm golden light. Elias stood silently before the window. It doesn't show where anyone came from. The mapmaker joined him. No. And it doesn't show where they finished. No. Elias smiled. It only shows that they kept walking. The old man rested one hand upon his staff. That is often the most important part. Warm sunlight streamed through the colored glass, scattering gentle patterns across the polished floor. Golden footprints, blue rivers, green hills, soft amber skies. For a few quiet moments, Elias stood within those colors. It felt less like standing inside a window and more like standing inside every ordinary day that had slowly shaped a meaningful life. The realization asked for no applause, no celebration, only gratitude. As they prepared to leave the gallery, Elias looked back one final time. Hundreds of walking sticks rested peacefully beneath their lanterns. None claimed to belong to the greatest traveler. None claimed the longest road. Each simply reminded whoever passed by that a beautiful life was rarely built through extraordinary leaps. More often, it was built through thousands of gentle steps that almost no one else ever noticed. Elias smiled. Perhaps those unnoticed steps were the ones the hidden library loved most. Beyond the great mosaic window, the gallery grew quieter still. The floating lanterns drifted farther apart, leaving gentle pools of golden light upon the polished wooden floor. Elias and the mapmaker walked without speaking. The silence between them had become wonderfully comfortable. It no longer waited to be filled. Instead, it seemed to understand that some conversations continued quietly inside the heart. After a gentle bend in the corridor, Elias noticed one final alcove, smaller than all the others. There, resting upon a simple wooden stand, stood a walking stick, unlike any he had seen before. It was unfinished. The upper half had been polished smooth, but the lower half still carried the natural bark of the tree from which it had been shaped. Tiny wood shavings rested undisturbed beneath the stand, as though the carving had only just paused. Elias looked at it with quiet curiosity. "This one isn't complete." The mapmaker smiled. "No. Has its traveler not returned?" The old man looked thoughtfully toward the unfinished staff. "Perhaps, or perhaps, the journey is still unfolding." Elias remained silent. The unfinished would no longer appeared incomplete. It looked hopeful, like a sunrise that had not yet reached the horizon, or a seed resting peacefully beneath the earth, not unfinished, simply becoming. The mapmaker gently traced one finger through the air above the staff. Many people believe they must become everything they hope to be before they can live peacefully. He smiled softly. "The library has never agreed." Elias lowered his gaze to the untouched bark. It carried its own quiet beauty, different from the polished wood, yet no less beautiful. He thought of the orchard in the white atlas, the blossoming trees, the trees heavy with fruit, the bare branches waiting patiently for another season. None had been hurried. None had been judged. Perhaps people deserved the same kindness. They continued walking until the gallery gently narrowed once more into the familiar library corridor. Just before the doorway stood a small wooden plaque. Unlike the others, it carried no decorative border, only a few carefully carved words. Asterisk, asterisk, walk gently. Asterisk, 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 leave kindness. Asterisk, 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 let the road finish its own story. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias, read the message twice. Not because it was difficult, because it felt worth carrying. He rested his fingertips lightly against the smooth wood before quietly stepping into the corridor beyond. Behind them, the gallery of walking sticks remained exactly as it had always been. Peaceful, patient, ready to welcome another traveler. Whenever the hidden library quietly decided the time was right, the mapmaker paused at the threshold. Elias, yes. The old man looked toward the endless corridor, stretching into warm golden light. You've begun to notice something. Elias waited. The library has never tried to change you. It has only given you peaceful places. where you could slowly discover who you already were. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Elias smiled, not because he had found another answer, but because, for perhaps the first time, he no longer felt the need to collect them. The corridor welcomed them once again with its familiar stillness. The gallery of walking sticks slowly disappeared behind rows of ancient books, until it became only another quiet memory within the endless hidden library. Neither Elias nor the Mapmaker hurried forward. Their footsteps rose and faded softly against the polished stone floor. After a little while, Elias broke the silence. "When I first arrived here," he said thoughtfully, "I believed every room was showing me something new." The Mapmaker glanced toward him with a gentle smile. And now, Elias looked ahead, where floating lanterns drifted peacefully through the endless shelves. "I don't think the library keeps showing me new things. It keeps helping me see familiar things more clearly." The old man nodded with quiet satisfaction. A journey becomes truly meaningful when ordinary moments begin to feel extraordinary. The words settled warmly inside Elias. He thought of the warm cup of tea shared between seasons, the living maps that remembered travelers instead of roads, the quiet journals waiting for unwritten tomorrows, the breathing atlases filled with possibilities, the walking sticks that celebrated countless unnoticed steps. Each room had appeared different, yet everyone had whispered the same gentle invitation. Slow down, notice more, carry kindness. The library had never repeated itself. It had simply spoken the same truth through different forms. Ahead, the corridor gradually widened. Tall shelves curved away into graceful arches, revealing a broad circular balcony overlooking one of the hidden library's great central halls. Elias stepped quietly toward the stone railing. Far below, librarians moved silently between endless shelves. Golden lanterns floated like tiny stars above winding bridges and reading alcoves. Some travelers sat peacefully beneath towering windows, reading without haste. Others simply watched the lanterns drift overhead. No one appeared busy, yet everything gently continued. Elias rested both hands upon the smooth stone. The library never seems empty. No. The Mapmaker joined him beside the railing, but neither is it crowded. Elias smiled. It feels, he searched for the simplest words, as though everyone here has enough. The old man's eyes reflected the warm lantern light. And perhaps, he said softly, that is why no one here needs to hurry. A peaceful silence followed. The great hall below continued its quiet rhythm. Books found readers. Readers found rest. Lanterns continued floating. Pages continued turning. Nothing asked to be noticed, yet everything quietly deserved to be. After several unhurried moments, the Mapmaker adjusted his familiar walking staff. "I believe this is where our paths separate for today." Elias turned toward him. "For today," the old man smiled. "The hidden library enjoys those words. So do I." They shared a quiet laugh. No farewell felt heavy. No promise needed to be spoken. The library had already taught Elias that meaningful friendships were never measured by how often they met, only by the quiet warmth they continued leaving behind. The Mapmaker inclined his head gently. Then, with the same peaceful patience that had always surrounded him, he continued along another corridor until the warm lantern light slowly embraced his figure. A few moments later, he was no longer there, not because he had vanished, simply because the library had gently carried him beyond the next quiet turn. Elias remained upon the balcony a little longer. The feather still rested safely inside his journal. The gentle lessons of the atlases remained fresh in his heart. And somewhere behind him, hundreds of patient walking sticks continued remembering lives that had been built not through grand moments, but through thousands of quiet steps taken with kindness. With a grateful smile, Elias drew a slow, peaceful breath. Then he turned toward another waiting corridor, ready for whatever gentle page the hidden library wished to share next. Elias left the great central balcony with an unhurried smile. The hidden library stretched peacefully before him, its endless shelves glowing beneath floating lanterns that drifted like quiet stars through the warm evening light. He no longer wondered where the next room might be. He trusted it would appear when it wished to. For a little while, the corridor offered nothing unusual, only books, stone arches, the familiar fragrance of cedar wood, old paper, and polished oak. Even that felt wonderfully enough. Then, a faint scent reached him. Fresh rosemary, wild thyme, soft lavender carried upon a gentle breeze. Elias slowed. The fragrance did not belong among ancient bookshelves, yet somehow it belonged perfectly within the library. He followed it without hurry. The corridor gradually brightened, not because more lanterns floated overhead, but because natural sunlight spilled across the floor ahead. Warm, golden, peacefully alive, one final archway stood before him. Beyond it, the library quietly opened into a garden, not outside, still inside the hidden library, yet beneath an impossibly high glass ceiling where the afternoon sky drifted gently overhead. Sunlight poured through crystal panels supported by graceful white stone arches wrapped in flowering vines. Birdsong floated softly through the warm air. Narrow stone paths curved between flowering herbs, blooming shrubs, tiny fruit trees, and peaceful fountains whose water sang in quiet whispers. Everything seemed lovingly tended. Nothing appeared designed. It had simply grown, exactly where it wished to. Elias stepped onto the warm stone path. The sound beneath his boots changed from polished floors to smooth garden stone. He smiled. I didn't know libraries could have gardens. They usually don't. The familiar voice carried gentle amusement. The Mapmaker emerged from behind a flowering olive tree, carrying a small woven basket over one arm. Inside rested freshly gathered herbs, tiny blossoms, and a handful of ripe figs. This one merely refused to choose. Elias laughed softly. So it became both. So it did. Together they walked slowly between the fragrant garden beds. Small wooden signs stood beside many of the plants. Yet instead of names, each carried only a single word. Asterisk, asterisk, patience. Asterisk, 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 hope. Asterisk, 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 rest. Asterisk, 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 gentleness. Asterisk, 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 gratitude. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias stopped before one bed filled with tiny white flowers. He knelt to admire them. They're beautiful. What are they called? The Mapmaker looked thoughtfully toward the blossoms. I've never asked. Elias smiled. You don't know. I know enough. The old man gently picked up one blossom that had already fallen naturally onto the path. It reminds people to breathe more slowly. He placed it carefully back among the flowers. I found that more useful than remembering its name. Elias looked once more across the peaceful garden. Perhaps not every beautiful thing needed to be explained before it could be appreciated. The breeze wandered softly through the herbs. Lavender swayed. Rosemary nodded gently. Tiny bees drifted lazily from blossom to blossom without the slightest urgency. For the first time since entering the hidden library, Elias noticed that even nature here seemed to read at the same peaceful pace as everyone else. A narrow stream wound gently through the garden, no wider than a woodland path. Its clear water flowed so quietly that it reflected the glass ceiling above almost perfectly. Tiny stone bridges crossed it here and there, each one slightly different from the last. Some were carved from pale marble, others from weathered oak that had grown beautifully smooth with time. None seemed designed to impress, only to welcome gentle footsteps. Elias crossed the nearest bridge at an easy pace. Halfway across, he paused. Several round lily pads drifted peacefully upon the water. A single white water lily had just begun to open beneath the morning-like sunlight filtering through the glass roof. He watched it for a moment. It wasn't open a little while ago. The Mapmaker, walking a few quiet steps behind him, smiled. No, it decided this was the right moment. Elias looked back toward the flower. I like that. So does the library. Beyond the bridge, the garden opened into a small orchard. The fruit trees were modest in size. Pear, apple, fig, apricot. Each carried fruit at different stages of ripeness. Some branches were heavy with mature fruit. Others still held tiny blossoms. A few had only fresh green leaves, dancing gently in the breeze. Nothing appeared synchronized. Everything belonged. A pair of small birds rested upon the branch of a pear tree. They did not fly away when Elias approached. Instead, one tilted its tiny head curiously before returning its attention to the warm afternoon around it. Elias smiled. I think they're used to visitors. The Mapmaker looked upward. They're used to kindness. The simple answer lingered comfortably in the quiet air. Nearby stood a weathered wooden bench beneath an old fig tree. Its seat had been polished smooth by many years of peaceful visitors. Neither Elias nor the Mapmaker spoke. Both simply sat down. For a little while, nothing happened. The fountain continued singing softly in the distance. Leaves whispered overhead. Somewhere nearby, a bee wandered lazily among clusters of lavender. Sunlight shifted slowly across the stone path. Elias breathed in the warm scent of herbs and flowering trees. It feels strange. The Mapmaker glanced toward him. What does? I've been sitting here for several minutes. I haven't accomplished anything. The old man chuckled quietly. Are you certain? Elias considered the question. He looked around once more. The stream, the orchard, the birds, the flowers, the gentle movement of light across the garden. At last he smiled. I suppose I became a little quieter. The Mapmaker nodded. That is often enough. Neither of them hurried to stand. The hidden library seemed perfectly content to allow its visitors the rare privilege of spending time that never needed to justify itself. After several peaceful moments, the old man reached into the woven basket beside him. He removed 2 perfectly ripe figs. Offering one to Elias, he smiled. The garden enjoys sharing. Elias accepted it with quiet gratitude. The fruit was sweet, simple, freshly gathered only moments before. No feast could have felt more generous. As they finished eating, Elias carefully placed the stem into a small wooden compost basket standing beside the bench. The Mapmaker noticed, "You've begun helping the library." Elias looked slightly surprised. "I only wanted to leave the garden tidy." The old man's eyes brightened warmly. "Yes, I know." For reasons Elias could not quite explain, those 3 gentle words felt every bit as nourishing as the fruit itself. When they rose from the old wooden bench, neither of them spoke. The quiet of the garden seemed too gentle to interrupt. Instead, they continued along a winding stone path that curved slowly between beds of fragrant herbs and flowering shrubs. As they walked, Elias noticed something he had somehow overlooked before. Scattered throughout the garden stood dozens of small clay watering cans. No 2 were alike. Some were round, some tall and slender. Others carried tiny painted leaves or simple blue patterns around their rims. Every one of them was filled with fresh water. Everyone waited patiently beside a different plant. Elias paused beside the nearest one. "It seems someone has been very busy." The Mapmaker smiled. "Many someones." Elias looked around. "I haven't seen any gardeners." "You have." The old man continued walking at the same peaceful pace. "They simply don't always know they're gardening." Elias glanced back toward the watering can. He did not fully understand. A little farther along the path, he noticed a single young sapling growing beside an ancient cedar. Its slender trunk leaned ever so slightly, supported by a simple wooden stake tied with a soft ribbon. The ribbon had faded with time, yet someone had quietly replaced it whenever it had begun to wear. Without being asked, without leaving a name, the young tree stood healthy beneath the patient care of unseen hands. Elias rested his fingertips lightly against the smooth stake. No one will ever know who cared for it. The Mapmaker stopped beside him. "Does the tree need to know?" Elias smiled. "No." "Then perhaps neither do we." The answer drifted gently into the warm afternoon air. For several peaceful moments, they simply admired the little tree. Nearby, butterflies wandered lazily from blossom to blossom. A robin landed upon the ancient cedar before singing a few bright, cheerful notes into the quiet garden. Nothing in the scene appeared extraordinary, yet everything felt quietly complete. As they continued onward, the path led them toward a broad, circular fountain at the very heart of the garden. Water rose only a little above its stone basin before falling again in soft silver ribbons. The sound was gentle enough to become part of the silence rather than interrupt it. Around the edge of the fountain rested smooth river stones. Upon each stone, a single word had been carefully engraved. Asterisk, asterisk, listen. Asterisk, 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 notice. Asterisk, 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 share. Asterisk, 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 forgive. Asterisk, 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 begin. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias slowly walked around the fountain, reading each word without hurry. There were no long instructions, no complicated wisdom, only simple invitations. He found himself wondering how often the most meaningful truths arrived in the smallest sentences. The Mapmaker quietly dipped his fingertips into the cool water. Then, without speaking, he sprinkled a few drops over the roots of a nearby rosemary bush, not because it appeared thirsty, simply because he happened to be there. Elias watched the small gesture. It lasted only a heartbeat, yet it carried the same quiet kindness he had found throughout every room of the hidden library. No audience, no praise, no reward, only care offered naturally. Without thinking, Elias picked up one of the waiting clay watering cans. He walked to a nearby bed of lavender, whose soil looked just a little drier than the rest. He poured only enough water to gently darken the earth. No more, no less. When he finished, he carefully returned the watering can exactly where he had found it. The Mapmaker noticed. This time he said nothing. He simply smiled. Some kindnesses, Elias realized, were already complete before anyone spoke of them. The afternoon light slowly softened beneath the great glass ceiling, not because the sun had hurried across the sky, but because the garden welcomed every changing hour with the same quiet grace. Elias and the Mapmaker continued along the winding paths. Ahead, the herbs gradually gave way to taller plants. Climbing roses embraced white stone arches. Jasmine vines wandered gently across wooden trellises. Tiny grapevines stretched lazily overhead, their young leaves filtering the sunlight into soft patterns that danced upon the path below. The air smelled of warm earth after watering, fresh mint, honey, and blooming roses. Every breath seemed to slow the heart a little more. Soon they arrived at a small clearing, unlike any Elias had seen before. In its center stood a simple wooden table. Nothing grand, only beautifully aged oak, polished smooth by many gentle hands. Around it rested 6 empty chairs. No books, no teapot, no flowers, only the quiet invitation to sit. Elias looked around curiously. This place feels. He smiled, as though someone has just stepped away. The Mapmaker nodded. They often have. Elias pulled back one of the chairs and sat. The old wood gave a familiar, comforting creak. The Mapmaker took the seat opposite him. For several peaceful moments. Neither spoke. The empty chairs remained exactly as they were. Yet Elias found himself imagining countless gentle conversations that might once have taken place there. Travelers sharing stories, old friends meeting again, someone quietly listening, while another finally found the words they had carried for years. No voices remained, only the kindness they had left behind. After a little while, Elias noticed something carved into the center of the table. The letters were small, almost hidden within the grain of the wood. He leaned forward to read them. Asterisk, asterisk, every garden grows twice. Asterisk, asterisk. He looked thoughtfully toward the Mapmaker. What does that mean? The old man rested both hands comfortably upon the table. The first garden grows from seeds. His gentle smile deepened. The second grows inside the people who have rested there. Elias looked slowly around the peaceful clearing. Once again, the empty chairs no longer seemed empty. They felt welcoming, as though every traveler who had once paused there had quietly added something invisible to the place. Not through grand words, not through remarkable deeds, simply by arriving with an open heart. A warm breeze wandered softly through the roses. One pale white petal loosened itself from a nearby bloom. It drifted lazily between the empty chairs before settling gently upon the center of the table. Neither Elias nor the Mapmaker moved to pick it up. It belonged exactly where it had chosen to rest. The hidden library, Elias thought, never seemed interested in arranging every little thing. It trusted beauty to find its own place. He smiled. Perhaps people deserved that same trust. Not every life needed to unfold according to someone else's careful design. Sometimes, given patience, kindness, and enough quiet sunlight, the heart already knew how to grow. They remained together a little longer beneath the climbing roses. No lessons were announced, no mysteries revealed, only peaceful companionship. And somehow, Elias was beginning to understand that companionship itself might be one of the hidden library's greatest treasures. The quiet table beneath the climbing roses remained behind them as Elias and the Mapmaker continued their gentle walk through the garden. The winding paths gradually grew narrower. Flower beds gave way to soft green grass. The fountains became more distant until their quiet music blended completely with bird song and the whisper of leaves overhead. No destination appeared ahead, and for once, Elias found himself perfectly content, not knowing where the path would end. A gentle breeze wandered through the branches of a nearby olive tree. Its silver-green leaves shimmered softly beneath the afternoon light. For just a moment, Elias closed his eyes. He listened, not searching for hidden meaning, only listening: birdsong, flowing water, the rustle of herbs, the distant hum of bees, his own slow breathing. When he opened his eyes again, the garden somehow felt even larger, not because anything had changed, because his attention had quietly widened. The mapmaker noticed the peaceful smile upon his face. "You heard it." Elias looked toward him. "The birds." The old man chuckled. "No, the garden." Elias glanced around. "I thought gardens were meant to be seen." "They are." The mapmaker gently touched the trunk of the old olive tree beside them. "But the happiest gardens are usually heard before they are understood." They continued a little farther until the path reached a low stone wall overlooking the entire glass-roofed sanctuary. From there, Elias could see almost everything: the herb beds arranged in gentle curves, the quiet orchard, the little stream crossing beneath wooden bridges, the central fountain, the rose-covered table. Travelers wandered peacefully along the paths below, each moving at their own gentle pace. No one hurried another. No one appeared to lead. Yet somehow, everyone belonged. Elias rested both hands upon the warm stone. "I think I understand why this place exists." The mapmaker smiled. "Tell me." Elias looked once more across the peaceful garden. "The library teaches through books." He paused. "Through maps, through memories, through possibilities." His smile became a little warmer. "And this garden teaches through care." The old man's eyes reflected quiet satisfaction. "It does." A comfortable silence followed. The afternoon light slowly softened into the rich golden glow that always seemed to arrive without announcing itself. The flowers appeared warmer, the leaves gentler. Even the floating lanterns beyond the garden had begun drifting closer, as though preparing to welcome the coming evening. The mapmaker adjusted the woven basket resting upon his arm. "I believe," he said quietly, "the garden has shared everything it wished to today." Elias nodded. He felt no disappointment. Peaceful places did not become smaller when they ended. They simply remained somewhere inside us. Before leaving, he looked back one final time. Near the entrance, the little clay watering can he had used still rested beside the lavender, exactly where he had returned it. A tiny butterfly settled briefly upon its handle, then drifted lazily toward the blossoms. Elias smiled. The garden had continued beautifully, without needing him to stay. Together, he and the mapmaker stepped beneath the final ivy-covered archway. Behind them, the garden of quiet growth remained wrapped in sunlight birdsong and patient kindness. Ahead, the familiar lantern-lit corridors of the hidden library waited once more. Another peaceful page, another gentle room, another quiet reminder that the smallest acts of care often became the longest-lasting stories. The familiar lantern-lit corridors welcomed Elias once again. The quiet garden gradually faded behind him, leaving only the gentle fragrance of lavender and rosemary lingering softly upon the air. He carried nothing in his hands, yet somehow every room he had visited seemed to continue walking beside him. The tea house had offered peace. The hall of living maps had offered perspective. The journal room had offered remembrance. The living atlases had offered possibility. The gallery of walking sticks had offered quiet perseverance. And the garden of quiet growth had reminded him that kindness often flourished without asking to be noticed. The hidden library never hurried its lessons. It simply allowed them to gather naturally. Elias smiled to himself. Perhaps that was why they remained. The corridor stretched onward beneath floating lanterns, whose warm glow reflected softly across polished oak floors. Unlike before, he no longer searched every doorway with curiosity. He trusted the library's rhythm. A little farther ahead, he noticed something quietly unusual. The bookshelves began to change. Their familiar rows slowly gave way to long wooden cabinets filled not with books, but with carefully rolled scrolls. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each rested inside a simple open compartment. No gold, no jewels, no elaborate decoration, only soft linen ribbons tied around every scroll. Cream, blue, green, deep burgundy, warm amber. Every color appeared again and again without any obvious pattern. Elias approached the nearest cabinet. The scrolls looked beautifully ordinary. Nothing suggested that one was more important than another. Some appeared newly written. Others carried the gentle softness of paper lovingly handled over many years. Above the cabinet hung a modest wooden sign. Its lettering had been carved with patient hands. Asterisk, asterisk, the room of gentle invitations. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias whispered the words quietly. They sound less like books and more like letters. They are. The familiar voice arrived with its usual warmth. The Mapmaker stood nearby, gently straightening one slightly tilted scroll before returning it to its place. Letters? Elias asked. The old man smiled. Not exactly. He looked thoughtfully across the endless cabinets. An invitation asks for nothing. It simply leaves the door open. Elias slowly untied one pale blue ribbon. The scroll opened with barely a sound. There were no grand illustrations, no maps, only a single, beautifully written sentence. Asterisk, asterisk. Share a quiet meal with someone who has been eating alone for too long. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias. Read it twice. Then carefully rolled the scroll closed again. He reached for another. This one carried a warm green ribbon. Its message was equally brief. Asterisk, asterisk. Sit beneath a tree until you notice the wind before the leaves. Asterisk, asterisk. A gentle smile appeared upon his face. Neither invitation demanded greatness, neither asked to change the world. They simply invited a quieter way of living. He looked slowly across the thousands of waiting scrolls. So everyone contains only one invitation. The Mapmaker nodded. One is often enough. A peaceful silence settled between them. Somewhere nearby, another traveler quietly selected a scroll. Read it with a grateful smile and gently returned it to its place before continuing their unhurried walk through the hidden library. No one asked which invitation had been chosen. No one compared. No one hurried to collect another. One quiet invitation, it seemed, could be enough to accompany an entire season of life. Elias continued slowly between the long wooden cabinets. Thousands of scrolls rested quietly in their places, each tied with a simple ribbon, each carrying only a single gentle invitation. The room asked for nothing more. One invitation at a time. One peaceful thought at a time. He paused before another scroll, this one wrapped with a warm amber ribbon. Carefully loosening the knot, he unrolled it just enough to read the graceful handwriting. Asterisk, asterisk. Watch the sunrise with someone who believes they have nothing left to hope for. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias remained still for a moment. The invitation did not sound like advice, nor did it sound like a task. It simply offered a possibility. He rolled the scroll closed again with the same care. I've noticed something. The Mapmaker looked toward him. The invitations never tell anyone who they should become. No, they simply suggest something beautiful they might choose to do. The old man's smile carried quiet approval. The library has always trusted people more than instructions. Together, they continued onward. The cabinets curved gently around the circular room until they reached a small alcove where only a handful of scrolls rested upon a low oak table. Unlike the others, these carried no ribbons at all, only plain cream paper. Elias looked at them curiously. They are unfinished. The Mapmaker shook his head. They are waiting. For what? For someone to need exactly those words. Elias frowned thoughtfully. but they are blank. For now, the old man lifted one of the empty scrolls. Its paper reflected the lantern light with quiet warmth. The library has learned something. It is impossible to prepare every kindness before it is needed. He carefully returned the scroll to its place. Some invitations must wait until the right heart arrives. The answer settled gently within Elias. He thought of the journals that welcomed unwritten tomorrows, the unfinished walking stick, the orchard where every tree grew in its own season. Again and again, the hidden library seemed wonderfully comfortable with things that were not yet complete. Perhaps patience was not simply waiting. Perhaps patience was trusting that goodness would arrive when it was ready. A few steps farther on, Elias noticed an elderly traveler standing quietly beside one of the cabinets. Silver hair rested beneath a simple woven hat. A warm brown cloak hung comfortably over their shoulders. They smiled gently while reading a scroll tied with a soft blue ribbon. No one disturbed them. No one asked what invitation they had received. After reading it once, the traveler quietly pressed the scroll to their heart for only a brief moment, then carefully rolled it closed and returned it to its place. Before walking away, they paused beside a nearby lantern whose flame had grown just a little dim. Without calling attention to themselves, they gently adjusted its small glass shade. Immediately, the warm golden light grew brighter again. The traveler smiled, not at the lantern, simply at the quiet comfort it now offered everyone passing beneath it. Then they continued on their peaceful way. Elias watched until they disappeared around the curved shelves. They never told anyone what their invitation said. The Mapmaker smiled. They didn't need to. Elias looked back toward the softly glowing lantern. "I think," he whispered. They already answered it. The old man's eyes sparkled warmly. The library enjoys visitors who notice that. For several quiet moments, neither of them reached for another scroll. The brighter lantern now cast its gentle light across the polished wooden floor. Sometimes, Elias realized the most beautiful invitations were never spoken aloud. They quietly became part of the way someone walked through the world. For a little while, neither Elias nor the Mapmaker reached for another scroll. The room itself seemed content with that decision. Some invitations, Elias thought, needed space to settle before another could be welcomed. They wandered deeper into the circular hall, where the cabinets gradually became shorter, allowing the warm lantern light to spread more freely across the polished wooden floor. Near the center of the room stood a broad reading table crafted from pale oak. Unlike the tables Elias had seen elsewhere in the hidden library. This one held no books, only a single ceramic bowl. Inside rested dozens of smooth river stones. Each one was small enough to fit comfortably in the palm of a hand. Curious, Elias stepped closer. Every stone carried one carefully painted word. Asterisk, asterisk, welcome. Asterisk, 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 listen. Asterisk, 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 encourage. Asterisk, 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 notice. Asterisk, 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 share. Asterisk, 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 smile. Asterisk, asterisk, nothing more. No explanations, no instructions. He gently lifted one that read, asterisk, asterisk, notice. Asterisk, asterisk, its smooth surface felt pleasantly cool. It reminds me of the fountain in the garden. The Mapmaker nodded. The library enjoys returning to familiar truths, but in different ways. Elias smiled. So every room speaks the same language. With a different voice, a quiet expression of satisfaction crossed the old man's face. You've begun reading the library itself. Elias slowly returned the stone to the bowl. No one collected them. No one carried them away. Their purpose seemed wonderfully simple: to be held, remembered, and gently returned for someone else. Beyond the table, sunlight streamed through a tall circular window. Instead of colored glass, this window had been left perfectly clear. Outside, or perhaps somewhere impossibly beyond the library, soft clouds drifted lazily across an endless blue sky. Several white birds glided silently upon warm currents of air. Elias watched them without speaking. They don't seem to be flying anywhere. The Mapmaker joined him beside the window. Does everything beautiful require a destination? Elias laughed quietly. I suppose not. The birds continued circling with effortless grace. Neither hurried, neither competed for the sky. They simply trusted the invisible currents, carrying them gently higher. Elias rested one hand against the cool stone beside the window. I think, he said thoughtfully, I've spent too much of my life believing every day should accomplish something. The old man remained silent, allowing the thought to finish finding its own shape. After a little while, Elias continued, but perhaps some days simply help us become the kind of person who can accomplish the right things later. The words surprised even him. They had arrived quietly, without effort, almost as though the library had been patiently waiting for him to discover them on his own. The Mapmaker smiled with unmistakable warmth. There are very few invitations more valuable than that one. A gentle silence followed. The white birds disappeared beyond the drifting clouds. The river stones rested peacefully inside their bowl. Thousands of scrolls continued waiting within the wooden cabinets. None called for attention. None competed to be chosen. The room of gentle invitations seemed to understand something Elias was only beginning to learn. A heart could not carry every beautiful invitation, but if it embraced one with sincerity, that was already enough. The clear window remained behind them as Elias and the Mapmaker continued their quiet walk through the room of gentle invitations. The farther they wandered, the fewer scrolls appeared upon the shelves, not because the room was ending, but because the spaces between the cabinets had become part of its quiet design. The room seemed to breathe. Every cabinet, every lantern, every empty space. Nothing felt crowded. Nothing asked for attention. Elias noticed a small writing desk tucked into a peaceful corner beneath a hanging lantern. It was beautifully simple. A smooth oak surface, a comfortable wooden chair, an ink bottle, a feather pen, and a single blank scroll waiting patiently in the center. Unlike the journals he had seen elsewhere, this scroll carried no expectation, only possibility. He stopped beside it. Someone hasn't finished writing. The Mapmaker smiled gently. No, they haven't begun. Elias looked puzzled. But there's no one here. There doesn't need to be. The old man rested one hand upon the back of the empty chair. Some invitations are written long before the person who needs them arrives. The blank scroll seemed strangely peaceful. It did not feel incomplete. It felt welcoming, as though it already trusted the words that would one day appear upon it. Elias traced the edge of the desk lightly with one fingertip. The library waits very well. The Mapmaker laughed softly. It has had excellent practice. Together, they continued onward until they reached a quiet alcove where only one cabinet stood alone. Inside rested a single scroll. No ribbon, no decoration, just one scroll waiting in its own small space. Elias looked toward the Mapmaker. May I? The old man nodded. You may. With careful hands, Elias lifted the scroll and slowly unrolled it. The page held only one sentence. Asterisk, asterisk, leave every place a little gentler than you found it. Asterisk, asterisk, nothing more. No signature, no explanation, no story. Elias read it again. Then once more. It felt strangely familiar. Not because he had read those exact words before, but because every room of the hidden library had quietly been teaching the same invitation from the very beginning. The tea house, the living maps, the journals, the atlases, the walking sticks, the garden, Every place had offered the same gentle thread, woven into a different story. The library was never asking travelers to become extraordinary. It was simply inviting them to leave a little more kindness behind than they had carried in. Elias carefully rolled the scroll closed. Before placing it back upon the shelf, he held it quietly for one final moment. I don't think this invitation ends here. The mapmaker's eyes reflected the warm lantern light. No, it begins here. A peaceful silence settled between them. Somewhere above, one floating lantern drifted slowly across the ceiling. Its golden light passed gently over the quiet cabinet before continuing onward. Elias watched it disappear into the warm glow of the room. He smiled. Perhaps every act of kindness was a little like that lantern. It never tried to illuminate the entire library. It simply made the small space around it a little brighter. And perhaps that had always been enough. The quiet cabinet holding the single scroll remained behind them. Its simple invitation lingered gently within Elias, not as another lesson to remember, but as a way of seeing. Together, he and the mapmaker continued toward the far end of the circular hall. The wooden cabinets gradually became fewer, until, at last, they gave way to open windows overlooking another peaceful wing of the hidden library. Warm evening light filtered through the tall arches. The floating lanterns had begun glowing a little brighter now, their golden reflections dancing softly across the polished floor. The room itself seemed to be preparing for evening, not by changing, only by becoming quieter still. Elias rested beside one of the open windows. A gentle breeze wandered through the room, causing several loose ribbons tied around nearby scrolls to sway almost imperceptibly. No scroll fell. Nothing was disturbed. Even the breeze seemed to know how gently to move here. After a peaceful silence, Elias spoke. When I first entered this room, I thought these invitations were meant to help people. The mapmaker smiled, and now Elias watched the ribbons moving softly in the warm air. I think they trust people. The old man's eyes brightened. How so? Elias looked around the quiet room. No one checks whether anyone follows an invitation. No one rewards them. No one even asks which scroll they read. He smiled gently. The library simply believes that if kindness is offered sincerely, someone will carry it forward. The mapmaker inclined his head. Trust is often the quietest form of hope. Those words settled into the peaceful evening like the last golden rays of sunlight. Neither hurried to speak again. Below the windows, another traveler selected a scroll. They smiled, rolled it closed, returned it carefully to its place, then quietly continued on their way. No applause, no audience, only another gentle invitation, beginning its unseen journey. Elias found himself smiling too. Perhaps goodness had always traveled like this, quietly, from one heart to another, never demanding recognition, only continuing. At the entrance to the room stood a small wooden plaque that Elias had somehow missed before. Its lettering was simple, almost modest. Asterisk, asterisk. An invitation becomes a gift only when it is freely accepted. Asterisk, asterisk. He read the sentence slowly, then nodded almost to himself. The hidden library had never opened a single door by force. It simply kept every door unlocked. Whoever wished to enter was always welcome. The Mapmaker adjusted his familiar walking staff. "I believe," he said softly, "this room has finished speaking for today." Elias smiled. "I think it has." Together, they stepped back into the lantern-lit corridor. Behind them, thousands of quiet invitations continued waiting upon their shelves. Patient, hopeful, never calling out, simply trusting that one day the right traveler would arrive at exactly the right scroll, and somewhere beyond the next peaceful turn, another room of the hidden library was already waiting, not with answers, but with another gentle way of helping ordinary moments become quietly unforgettable. The lantern-lit corridor stretched peacefully before Elias. Behind him, the room of gentle invitations remained wrapped in its quiet hope. Thousands of scrolls continuing their patient wait for hearts that would one day be ready to receive them. Ahead, the library grew quieter, not emptier, simply quieter. Even the floating lanterns drifted more slowly here, their warm golden light resting softly upon polished stone, as though unwilling to disturb the silence. Elias walked without searching for the next wonder. He had learned that the hidden library revealed its rooms the way dawn greeted the morning, without haste, without announcement, only when the time was right. For several peaceful minutes, nothing unusual appeared. Rows of ancient books, graceful stone arches, the comforting fragrance of cedar wood and old parchment. It was enough, then. A faint sound reached him. Not music, not voices, only the slow, rhythmic ticking of countless clocks. Soft, gentle, almost like quiet breathing. Elias stopped. The sound came not from one direction, but from everywhere ahead. Tick, tick, tick. None of the clocks hurried another. None competed to be louder. Together, they created a peaceful rhythm that somehow made the corridor feel even calmer. The Mapmaker appeared beside him with his familiar, unhurried smile. "You heard it." Elias nodded. "I don't think I've ever heard time sound this peaceful." The old man chuckled softly. "Most people haven't." They continued toward the gentle rhythm until the corridor opened into a vast circular chamber. At first glance, it looked as though the room held hundreds of clocks. Upon closer inspection, perhaps thousands, grandfather clocks stood beside tiny wooden mantel clocks. Delicate pocket watches rested beneath crystal domes. Ancient sundials stood beside elegant hourglasses filled with shimmering silver sand. Simple wall clocks, brass travel clocks, beautiful timepieces crafted from polished walnut, ivory maple, dark cherry wood, and gleaming bronze. Everyone quietly keeping its own gentle rhythm. Yet somehow, the room remained perfectly peaceful. No clock appeared wrong. No clock appeared early. No clock appeared late. They simply existed together. Above the entrance, beautifully carved into pale oak, rested a modest inscription. Asterisk, asterisk, the Hall of Patient Time. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias. Read the words slowly. It doesn't sound like a place that measures time. The Mapmaker smiled. It doesn't. It befriends it. They stepped inside. Immediately, the ticking no longer sounded like separate clocks. It blended into one quiet heartbeat, filling the entire chamber. Elias walked between the beautiful timepieces with quiet wonder. Some pendulums swung slowly. Others hardly moved at all. One ancient clock had no numbers upon its face, only the changing phases of the moon. Another marked the seasons instead of hours. A third measured nothing visible at all. Its hands drifted peacefully across a blank white face without any numbers whatsoever. Elias smiled. I don't think they're trying to tell the time. The Mapmaker looked warmly around the room. No, they're trying to teach it. Elias wandered slowly between the countless clocks. The Hall of Patient Time felt wonderfully unlike any place he had imagined. Nothing ticked loudly enough to demand attention. Instead, every gentle rhythm blended into a peaceful harmony that filled the room without ever disturbing its silence. He paused before a tall grandfather clock crafted from dark walnut. Its pendulum swung with calm, steady confidence. Not fast, not slow, simply faithful. The polished brass face carried no numbers. Instead, 12 tiny carvings circled its edge. A seed, a sprout, a blossom, a ripe apple, a falling leaf, fresh snow. Then the quiet cycle began again. Elias studied the carvings with quiet curiosity. It measures seasons, The Mapmaker nodded. Growth has always preferred them. A few steps farther stood a much smaller clock, resting beneath a crystal dome. Its hands barely moved at all. Elias watched patiently. Only after nearly a minute did he notice the smallest shift. I almost thought it had stopped. The old man smiled. So do many visitors. It hasn't, no. It simply keeps company with slower things. Elias looked around the hall. What sort of things? The Mapmaker answered without hesitation. Old forests. He smiled. Mountains. He glanced toward a nearby hourglass. Friendships. The answer warmed Elias more than he expected. He thought of the quiet friendships growing inside the hidden library. None had been hurried. Perhaps that was why they felt so trustworthy. As they continued walking, they reached a circular display unlike the others. There were no clocks upon it, only dozens of hourglasses of different sizes. Some stood no taller than a teacup. Others reached nearly to Elias's shoulder. Their sand shimmered softly in shades of gold, silver, deep blue, pale amber, and soft white. None had completely emptied. None had only just begun. Each rested somewhere peacefully in between. Elias gently knelt beside the smallest one. The sand looks like starlight. The Mapmaker smiled. Perhaps it remembers where it came from. Elias laughed quietly. I still haven't learned when you're being serious. The old man's eyes sparkled. I've stopped worrying about the difference. Together they smiled. The hall seemed to enjoy gentle laughter. It settled into the ticking as naturally as another quiet rhythm. Farther ahead, Elias noticed something unusual. One beautiful brass clock rested completely still. Its hands had not moved at all, yet no dust covered it. No signs suggested it had been forgotten. It looked lovingly cared for. He stopped beside it. This one has stopped. The Mapmaker rested one hand lightly upon the polished wood. It finished. Elias looked at him. Clocks finish. Some do. The old man's voice remained warm. When they have taught everything they came to teach. Elias studied the silent clock. Instead of sadness, he felt gratitude. It had not failed. It had completed its quiet purpose. For reasons he could not fully explain. That thought made the silent clock seem more beautiful than before. Perhaps not everything needed to last forever to become meaningful. Sometimes a gentle purpose fulfilled was already a complete story. The silent brass clock remained peacefully upon its wooden pedestal. Elias lingered beside it for another quiet moment. He found himself grateful that no one had tried to repair it. Somehow, its stillness felt honest. The Mapmaker gently continued onward, and Elias followed. The rhythmic ticking slowly changed as they entered another part of the hall. Here, the clocks stood farther apart. Each rested within its own small circle of warm lantern light. None competed with the others. Each seemed content to keep its own peaceful company. Ahead stood a beautifully crafted wall clock made from pale maple. Its face held only one hand instead of two. There were no minute marks, no second hand, only a single graceful hand that moved so slowly it was almost impossible to notice. Elias tilted his head. It doesn't seem interested in minutes. The Mapmaker smiled. It isn't. What does it measure? The old man looked thoughtfully at the clock. Enough. Elias smiled. Enough. Enough daylight. Enough rest. Enough conversation. Enough silence. He gently rested one hand against the smooth maple frame. Many lives become hurried because people keep measuring more, instead of noticing when they already have enough. Those simple words settled quietly within Elias. He remembered the tea house between seasons. No one there had ever rushed to refill a cup. The garden of quiet growth. No flower had hurried another into bloom. The gallery of walking sticks. No traveler had been praised for taking the fastest road. Again and again, the hidden library quietly celebrated enough. Perhaps enough was one of its greatest treasures. They continued onward until they reached a long wooden bench facing a large circular window. Outside the glass, clouds drifted peacefully through a sky painted with the warm colors of late afternoon. No clock interrupted the view. No numbers appeared anywhere, only the changing light. Elias and the Mapmaker sat together. Neither spoke. For several long moments, they simply watched the sunlight slowly shift across distant clouds. It changed so gradually that Elias almost believed nothing was happening. Then he noticed one small beam of golden light quietly reaching farther across the floor than before. The room had changed without asking anyone to notice. The Mapmaker smiled without looking away from the window. The gentlest changes are often the easiest to miss. Elias nodded slowly, and sometimes he answered, "They are the ones that change us the most." The old man glanced toward him. His warm eyes reflected both the drifting clouds and the floating lanterns behind them. I believe the hall was hoping you would discover that. Neither of them hurried to leave the bench. Around them, hundreds of clocks continued their quiet work, not reminding anyone how much time had passed, but gently encouraging every visitor to become fully present within the time they had already been given. For a little while, that felt like more than enough. At last, Elias and the Mapmaker rose from the wooden bench. The clouds beyond the great circular window continued their peaceful journey across the sky. No one had hurried them. No one had asked them to become sunset before their time. The Hall of Patient Time seemed to understand that every beautiful moment arrived precisely when it was ready. They followed a gently curving path through the final section of the hall. Here, the clocks became fewer. In their place stood elegant wooden pedestals displaying objects that had once measured time in quieter ways. A weathered candle marked with delicate lines, an ancient water clock carved from smooth white stone, a simple bowl where tiny droplets still fell into calm water with soft, steady rhythm. Plink, a pause, then another quiet drop. Plink. Elias stood listening. It sounds slower than the clocks. The Mapmaker smiled. It asks different questions. What sort of questions? The old man watched another droplet fall. Not, how late is it? He smiled gently, but how fully have you lived this moment? Elias listened again. The little drops no longer sounded like measurements. They sounded almost like gentle reminders. Nearby stood an old candle, resting inside a polished brass lantern. Its flame burned quietly. Beside it rested several identical unlit candles, each one perfectly new, each patiently waiting. Elias looked curiously toward them. They are ready. They are, but no one has lit them. The Mapmaker nodded, because every light deserves its own moment. The answer felt wonderfully familiar. The hidden library never hurried beginnings, nor endings. Everything seemed trusted to arrive in its own season. A little farther on, Elias noticed something unexpected. There was one empty pedestal, beautifully polished, perfectly prepared, yet nothing rested upon it, only a small wooden plaque. He stepped closer. Its lettering read, asterisk, for the time you finally stopped rushing yourself. Asterisk, Elias smiled before he even realized why. Nothing stood upon the pedestal, because no object could represent that moment. It belonged to each visitor alone. The Mapmaker quietly joined him. The library leaves one place unfinished, so every traveler may quietly complete it. Elias looked once more at the empty stand. Perhaps one day someone would arrive who desperately needed permission to slow down, and without taking anything home, they would quietly leave lighter than they had arrived. A warm silence settled comfortably between them. The ticking of the distant clocks blended with the gentle water drops, until the entire hall seemed to breathe with one peaceful rhythm. Elias closed his eyes for only a moment, not to escape the world, simply to be fully present within it. When he opened them again, nothing had changed. The clocks still ticked, the candle still glowed, the water still fell one quiet drop at a time. Yet everything somehow felt softer, kinder, more spacious. The Mapmaker noticed the peaceful expression upon Elias's face. "You've stopped listening to the clocks." Elias smiled. "I think I'm finally listening with them." The old man gave a quiet nod, and together they continued toward the far end of the hall of patient time, where another gentle understanding was already waiting. The final path through the hall of patient time curved gently toward a wide stone archway. Behind Elias, thousands of clocks continued their peaceful rhythm. None called him back. None hurried him onward. They simply continued being exactly what they had always been: faithful, patient, present. He paused one last time before leaving. The gentle ticking no longer sounded like countless separate clocks. It had become one quiet heartbeat, filling the entire hall. For a brief moment, he stood with his eyes closed, not counting the seconds, not measuring the silence, only allowing himself to be completely where he already was. When he opened his eyes again, the Mapmaker was waiting nearby, not impatiently, simply waiting, as though waiting itself could sometimes be a gift. Elias smiled. "I don't think time has changed." The old man returned the smile. "No." "What changed?" Elias looked slowly around the peaceful chamber. "I stopped treating it like something chasing me." The Mapmaker's eyes brightened with quiet warmth. "And what does it feel like now?" Elias considered the question carefully. Then he answered almost in a whisper. "Like a companion." The old man inclined his head. "I hoped you would say that." Together they stepped beneath the broad archway. Just before leaving, Elias noticed a small clock resting alone upon a narrow wooden shelf beside the doorway. Unlike every other clock in the hall, its face reflected no hands, no numbers, only polished glass. He looked into it. Instead of seeing his reflection clearly, he saw only the warm lantern light behind him. Soft, golden, peaceful. He smiled. The library had quietly offered one final reminder. Perhaps the most valuable measure of time was never found on a clock at all, but in the light we quietly carried from one moment into the next. Without another word, Elias gently bowed his head toward the hall, not out of duty, out of gratitude. The ticking continued behind him, steady, calm, untroubled. He realized that long after he left this room, those clocks would continue welcoming other travelers who believed they were running out of time. patiently, they would teach them exactly what they had taught him. That peace was never discovered by having more time. It was discovered by fully receiving the time already waiting in our hands. The Mapmaker rested one gentle hand upon the old wooden door. "It is time." Elias laughed softly. "That sounds different now." "It should." Together, they stepped into the familiar lantern-lit corridor. Behind them, the hall of patient time continued its endless, gentle heartbeat. Ahead, another quiet doorway waited beneath floating golden lanterns. Its carved wooden frame held no title, no sign, only an open door, as though the hidden library had quietly learned that sometimes the greatest invitation was simply to keep walking. The open doorway welcomed Elias without a single word. He stepped through it quietly. Behind him, the gentle heartbeat of the hall of patient time gradually softened until it became part of the hidden library itself. Ahead, the corridor seemed different, not brighter, not darker, simply calmer. The floating lanterns drifted lower here, their warm golden light resting gently upon shelves, unlike any Elias had seen before. These shelves held no books, no journals, no scrolls. Instead, they displayed hundreds of beautifully crafted wooden boxes. Some were no larger than a pair of hands. Others were the size of old travel chests. Everyone was different: walnut, cherry, birch, cedar. Some carried delicate carvings of stars, others flowering vines. Some were completely plain, yet every box rested slightly open, never locked, never hidden. Elias slowed. A faint fragrance floated through the room. Sandalwood, fresh linen, a little lavender, and something wonderfully familiar that he could not quite name. Above the entrance hung a modest wooden sign. Its lettering seemed almost shy. Asterisk, asterisk, the room of forgotten comforts. Asterisk, asterisk, Elias whispered the words softly. Forgotten comforts. The phrase stayed with him. It sounded less like forgetting and more like remembering something that had quietly waited for a very long time. The Mapmaker appeared beside one of the nearby shelves. His familiar smile carried the same peaceful warmth it always had. "You've arrived." Elias looked around the quiet room. "What do these boxes hold?" The old man answered gently. Things people believed they had lost. Curiosity stirred within Elias. Lost. The Mapmaker nodded. Not objects. He rested one hand upon a small cedar box. Comfort, wonder, trust, simple joys. He smiled softly. Many travelers think such things disappear. They usually don't. They're simply placed somewhere very quiet until the heart remembers where to look. Elias stepped toward the nearest box. Inside rested nothing, only soft, cream-colored linen, folded neatly across its base. He looked puzzled. "It's empty." The Mapmaker glanced inside. "Is it?" Elias looked again. The linen moved almost imperceptibly as the gentle breeze wandered through the room. For a brief moment, the familiar fragrance became stronger. Warm bread, rain upon stone, a blanket fresh from sunlight, a quiet evening beside a fire. The feeling lasted only a heartbeat, yet Elias smiled without knowing exactly why. "It reminds me of." He stopped. The memory refused to become words. The old man nodded knowingly. Some comforts speak before language. They continued, walking slowly between the peaceful shelves. Traveler after traveler quietly opened a box, paused, smiled, then gently closed it again before moving on. No one carried a box away. No one claimed one as their own. The room did not seem interested in giving people something new. It simply helped them rediscover something that had always belonged to them. Elias rested one hand lightly upon the smooth cedar shelf. "I don't think this room stores memories." The Mapmaker's eyes brightened. "No, it protects the feelings that memories sometimes leave behind." For a long, peaceful moment, neither of them spoke. The room of forgotten comforts seemed perfectly content to let silence finish the conversation in its own gentle way. Elias continued slowly through the room of forgotten comforts. The wooden boxes rested quietly upon their shelves. Some visitors paused before only one. Others wandered thoughtfully among several before gently opening a lid. No one seemed to be searching. They simply allowed themselves to be found. Elias stopped before a small walnut box carved with tiny swallows flying across an open sky. Its craftsmanship was wonderfully simple. No jewels, no polished brass, only warm wood that had been lovingly cared for over many years. He gently lifted the lid. Inside rested another piece of folded linen. Nothing else. No letters. No keepsakes. No photographs. Yet as the lid opened, a soft fragrance drifted upward, fresh rain falling onto dry earth, a quiet breeze through open windows, warm bread cooling upon a wooden table. For an instant, he heard gentle laughter, not clearly, only the feeling of laughter. It disappeared almost immediately, yet the warmth remained. Elias slowly closed the box. "I almost remembered something." The Mapmaker nodded. "Perhaps you did. It wasn't a complete memory. No." The old man smiled. "The heart rarely remembers complete sentences. They continued walking. Farther along the room stood a long oak table, displaying several open boxes together. Unlike the others, these held tiny objects: a smooth river stone, a white feather, a dried autumn leaf, a small seashell, an acorn. Nothing appeared valuable, yet every visitor who paused there smiled with quiet recognition. Elias picked up the little river stone. It felt pleasantly cool in his hand. So these boxes do hold objects. The Mapmaker looked thoughtfully at the stone. The object isn't the comfort. He gently placed the stone back where it rested. It simply knows how to introduce it. Elias understood. The stone itself carried no magic. The comfort had always been waiting inside the person who held it. The object merely opened the right door. Nearby, a young traveler carefully lifted a tiny pine cone from another box. Their shoulders, which had seemed tense upon entering the room, slowly relaxed. They smiled to themselves before gently returning it. No one asked what they had remembered. The room never required explanations. Its gifts remained beautifully private. Elias looked around the peaceful shelves once more. "I've noticed something." The Mapmaker smiled. "What is it?" "No two people stay beside the same box." The old man nodded. Comfort has always spoken different languages. One visitor lingered beside a cedar chest. Another smiled at an old seashell. Someone else quietly held a faded ribbon for only a heartbeat before placing it back exactly where it belonged. None of the boxes competed. None claimed to be more important. Each simply waited with endless patience. Elias rested his hand lightly upon one unopened lid. "I think," he whispered, "the library remembers us even before we remember ourselves." The Mapmaker's warm eyes reflected the floating lanterns above. It has always trusted that every heart knows the way home. A peaceful silence followed. Somewhere in the room, another wooden lid opened softly, then closed again, no louder than the turning of a single page. The room of forgotten comforts welcomed each visitor exactly the same way, without questions, without expectations, only with the quiet hope that something gentle waiting deep within the heart might finally feel safe enough to return home. For a little while, Elias wandered without opening another box. He found that simply being among them was comforting enough. The room itself seemed to breathe with quiet reassurance. Nothing urged him to keep searching. Nothing suggested he had missed the right box. The hidden library had never believed comfort should be hunted, only welcomed. The shelves gradually curved toward a small alcove where sunlight filtered through a tall, arched window. Beneath the window stood a beautifully worn rocking chair. Its oak arms had become smooth with age. A folded wool blanket rested neatly across its back. Beside it, a tiny table held a steaming cup of tea. No one sat there, yet the tea remained warm. The chair rocked almost imperceptibly, not because anyone had just risen, but because the room itself seemed wonderfully alive. Elias smiled. It feels as though someone is expected. The Mapmaker looked toward the empty chair with quiet affection. They are whoever needs to rest. The answer felt so natural that Elias asked nothing more. He stepped closer. The blanket carried the gentle scent of fresh linen, warmed by afternoon sunlight. The tea released a faint fragrance of honey and chamomile. Neither seemed remarkable, yet together they created a feeling Elias struggled to describe. It wasn't excitement, nor nostalgia. It was something quieter, the simple certainty that someone had prepared a place without needing to know who would one day arrive. Elias rested his fingertips lightly upon the back of the rocking chair. They prepared this for a stranger. The Mapmaker smiled. There are very few strangers inside the hidden library. A peaceful silence followed. After a moment, Elias carefully sat down. The chair gave one gentle creak, then settled into a slow, comforting rhythm. Forward, back, forward, back. He did not drink the tea. It somehow felt enough, simply knowing it was there. Outside the tall window, soft white clouds drifted across a pale blue sky. The warm sunlight slowly shifted across the wooden floor. Dust motes floated lazily through the golden light like tiny stars. For several quiet minutes, nothing happened. No lesson appeared. No mystery unfolded. Only rest. At last, Elias whispered, "I think I've spent a long time believing I had to earn peaceful moments." The Mapmaker remained standing nearby. His voice was almost as soft as the rocking chair itself. "And what do you think now?" Elias looked into the untouched cup of tea. Its gentle steam continued rising patiently. "I think peace was waiting for me long before I believed I deserved it." The old man's smile carried unmistakable warmth. The room has been hoping someone would say those words. Elias looked once more around the quiet alcove. The blanket, the chair, the waiting tea. None had demanded anything in return. They simply offered comfort freely. Perhaps, he thought, the deepest kindness was often the kindness that expected nothing back. He slowly rose from the rocking chair. Before leaving, he carefully folded one small corner of the blanket that had slipped slightly while he sat. It was only a tiny gesture, almost invisible. Yet somehow, the room seemed to smile with him, leaving the quiet alcove behind. Elias and the Mapmaker continued deeper into the room of forgotten comforts. The wooden shelves gradually became lower. The lantern light grew softer. Even their footsteps seemed quieter now, as though the room wished to protect every peaceful feeling it had gently awakened. Ahead, a wide window overlooked a small courtyard enclosed entirely within the hidden library. Unlike the garden of quiet growth, this place held almost nothing. A single maple tree, a circular stone bench, a little patch of green moss, and sunlight. Nothing more. Yet Elias found himself smiling the moment he saw it. It feels. He searched for the right words. Wonderfully empty. The Mapmaker looked toward the little courtyard. It has been carefully kept that way. Together they stepped outside beneath the open sky. The afternoon had begun slowly leaning toward evening. Warm amber light filtered through the maple leaves, scattering gentle patterns across the stone. Several leaves drifted lazily to the ground. None hurried to fall. None resisted. They simply trusted the breeze. Elias sat upon the circular bench surrounding the old tree. The stone felt pleasantly warm beneath his hands. For several quiet moments, neither he nor the Mapmaker spoke. The silence carried no questions, no lessons, only companionship. At last, Elias looked upward through the branches. I used to think comfort came from having everything. The old man listened quietly. Elias smiled. But now, I think it sometimes comes from discovering that very little is already enough. A gentle breeze wandered through the maple leaves. Their soft whisper filled the little courtyard like distant rain. The Mapmaker closed his eyes for a brief moment. There is an old belief inside the library. Elias turned toward him. It says that every heart contains one quiet room where nothing is missing. Elias let those words settle gently inside him. He looked around the peaceful courtyard once more. One tree, one bench, one sky, and somehow it felt complete. Perhaps comfort had never been about adding more. Perhaps it had always been about finally noticing what had been quietly waiting beside us all along. The little courtyard remained behind them. The maple leaves continued their gentle dance upon the evening breeze, while the circular bench quietly waited for the next traveler, who might one day need nothing more than a peaceful place to sit. Elias lingered at the archway for one final moment. He looked back, the tree, the moss, the warm stone, the open sky framed by the hidden library. Nothing had tried to impress him, yet everything had quietly welcomed him. He smiled. "I think," he said softly, "comfort has been much closer than I ever believed." The Mapmaker stood beside him, his familiar walking staff resting lightly in his hands. "It usually is." They stepped once more into the lantern-lit corridor. The gentle fragrance of cedar wood greeted them like an old friend. Ahead, the endless shelves stretched peacefully into warm golden light. Behind them, the room of forgotten comforts remained exactly as it had always been. Patient, quiet, ready whenever another heart wished to remember that it had never truly been alone. For several unhurried moments, they walked without speaking. The silence no longer felt empty. It felt wonderfully familiar. At last, Elias looked toward the Mapmaker. "When I first arrived here, I thought every room was giving me something." The old man smiled, and now Elias looked back only once. "I don't think the library gives. It reminds us of peace we had forgotten. It reminds us of kindness we still carry. It reminds us that home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's simply the feeling that we're finally safe enough to rest." The Mapmaker's eyes reflected the warm lantern light. I could not have said it more beautifully. A gentle hush settled over the corridor. Far behind them, somewhere within the room of forgotten comforts, another wooden lid opened softly, then closed again. Perhaps another traveler had just remembered something precious. Not a memory, a feeling. Elias hoped they carried it gently, just as he would carry his. Together they continued onward. The library offered no farewell, only another peaceful corridor, another warm lantern, another page quietly waiting to be turned. And somehow, Elias no longer wondered what the next room might teach him. He trusted that when the moment arrived, it would simply help him remember another quiet truth that had always been resting within his own heart. Sleep with stories. Thank you for spending these peaceful moments inside your hidden library. If these quiet journeys bring a little more calm into your evenings, your gentle support helps this library continue welcoming travelers from around the world. Until our next peaceful chapter, may your night be gentle, and may your dreams always find their way home.